All right. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here. I'm Tony Rocco with the division. I have our assistant chief with us today, Eric McMullen, sitting to my left. In the room, we have two committee members here today, Jody Orison and Rabi Tamerhule. And welcome to all the committee members online. Thanks for being here. Thanks for donating your time to this process. So we're going to start out this second 2025 OSSC Code Review Committee meeting by revisiting some of the tabled items. There was just a handful. You all did great on the first meeting, made up a lot of ground. So we're going to revisit those tabled items from the first meeting. And then we are going to, after we revisit those, hopefully can take care of all of them. Then we'll move on to starting out with chapter 15 was the only thing that we had left from last meeting's agenda. And then we'll move into chapter 4, chapter 9. And then I imagine we're probably going to be close to midday by that time. And then we have some public proposals noted. And then we also have chapters 24 through 30. Chapter 32 and chapter 33 on the agenda. So with that, I think we're going to have Laura bring up the matrix. We'll get back to the tabled items unless there are any questions or comments.
Excuse me?
Yeah, Karsten.
One of the amendment proposals is for chapter 10, but I saw it in the agenda for this one. Is that a mistake?
Yeah, so it's up to you as the proponent, since it is noticed, if you want us to go over it today, or if you'd like to just go over it when we cover chapter 10, it's at your pleasure. We can do.
Yeah, the proposal in question is PP3. That can wait until we get to chapter 10.
Okay, that sounds great. So as noted from the proponent, we'll move the public code amendment proposal PP03 until we cover chapter 10. Thanks for that, Carson. All right. So here we go. We're going to go back to the tabled items, I think. The first tabled item, I believe, was in chapter 3. We had a series of these. Regarding the care facilities. We had a couple of things. We had the addition of emergency responder, what do they call it? Emergency responder quarters? Something like that. Emergency services. Living quarters, yeah. We had that, and then we also had all the care facility ones. So we can look at I think let's look at can we do the care facility ones first? All right. You should have 30741, I think. Something like that. Maybe not 307. It's under I. Yeah, right there. So one thing that we did, we went back through all the different language here. And Jody, thanks for dedicating some time to this. I think where we landed is going to be in line with kind of thoughts that you had. So what we did is anywhere where we point to residential code, we made it clear that it must be within the scope of the residential code. So a detached 1 and 2 family dwelling and townhouse. So we clarified that. We also split the paragraphs. So in some of them where you have 5 or fewer children, so let's say that one, 5 or fewer children in a dwelling unit, a facility such as the above located within a dwelling unit and having 5 or fewer children receiving such care shall be classified as group R3. And then we say where located within a detached 1 or 2 family dwelling, and you're permitted to comply with the residential code construction standards as long as you meet that special section that we jointly adopted with the help of DELC in chapter 4, and then of course accessibility. Just we'll look at all of them real quick here and see if there's any additions or changes, and then we can talk about the R2 and the anomaly. So here, this one is specific to custodial care. A facility with 5 or fewer persons receiving custodial care located within a detached 1 or 2 family dwelling or townhouse shall be classified as group R3 and shall comply with 310.4. So now instead of having additional language in there, we pointed to 310.4 so that you'll get there and you'll comply with that R, so that there's not this weird, distinction underneath the I's and the E's. Similarly here, this one is really unique, right? And model code language is the base, and it's a facility of 5 or fewer for folks receiving medical care. So we're talking like a small hospital within a dwelling. And we clarify there, detached 1 or 2 family dwelling or townhouse. Again, that OSSC scope, we specify the classification, and then again, we point to section 310.4. And then here we have a couple of them. So we have the 5 or fewer persons receiving adult daycare in a dwelling unit. And we struck unit there, so it's just dwelling. Facilities such as the above within a dwelling and having 5 or fewer persons receiving custodial care shall be classified as group R3 occupancy, period. And then we have that second statement about when it's located within a detached 1 and 2 family dwelling or townhouse, then it can comply with the Resi code, that alternate path. And then we have the child care or child daycare in a dwelling in 30855. And that one refers back to the definition in ORS 329A, located within, again, just dwelling, shall be classified as group R3 occupancy, period. And then that same statement, again, where located within a detached 1 or 2 family dwelling or townhouse, you can comply with the construction standards of the Resi code, and then meet those additional provisions in section 420.12. And then finally, in 310.4, we have the up above, it's just any care facility for 5 or fewer. It allows you to do it in accordance with the residential code. And then it just says accessibility is provided. And then clarifications sentence at the end there, of childcare facilities shall also comply with 420.12 uniquely. And then you have the 2 licensed care facilities, and those are, I think those are unmodified. Oh, we added the separation of the statement first, and then the period where located within a detached 1 or 2 family dwelling or townhouse shall be permitted to be constructed in accordance with the Resi code. And then that pointer back to chapter 4. I believe that's it, other than we also added the residential training facility underneath the R4 condition 2. That's highlighted there. Thanks for the help from Rose on that, and Jody. And then, so getting back to those modifications, are we getting close there, Jody, or is there something that we're missing? Something you want to add?
So I think, looking at it carefully yesterday, I was looking at where we're talking about dwellings, where we're using dwelling unit. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. I think the easier spot, well, the lowest hanging fruit in 30854 about adult daycare in a dwelling. There were 2 small changes there that I was thinking that we might want to make to match the way that we're using the language elsewhere, which is adding the word located, a facility such as the above located within a dwelling unit, or not unit, within a dwelling, because we've added that word located everywhere else. So it seems like it's important everywhere else, then why isn't it important here? And then the other part of this one was to call out the specific code section in chapter 11 instead of having it be generic that way. the way that we do for the childcare, so that 1103.212 that's talking about childcare in a dwelling seems like it's also applicable to adult care, daycare in a dwelling, because it's just about daycare. So it seems like we would have that specific section as well, instead of just the generic chapter 11.
Yeah. And that one will be, it'll basically fall to the group R3 classification, and then it'll depend on how they organize it. So, you know, it's going to depend on, there's not going to be a path to count bedrooms, I don't think, specifically for that. So it's going to be whether or not they're intended to be occupied as a residence and how many units they have within the daycare facility on the adult side, right?
Sure. Yes, I don't think that that was part of something I was concerned about with those particular two changes.
Yeah,
Just that, just kind of matching up and coordinating the different spots.
sure.
The other sections I was looking at was especially in group E. And so the one thing you said we would talk about later, but I think we kind of have to talk about it at the same time, is the fact that a registered childcare, which has up to 10, so it's over that 5 or fewer kids, and B, it needs to have a home somewhere. So I had proposed a 30524 for licensed childcare within a dwelling unit, and said, I sent y'all some language yesterday at the end of the day, but had said a registered family childcare facility is defined in ORS 329A located within an R2 dwelling unit shall be classified as part of that occupancy. At first, I wanted to put it with the 5 or fewer children, but it's not 5 or fewer children.
Yeah.
And then after that, registered or certified family childcare facility as defined in ORS 329A located within a 1 or 2 family dwelling or townhouse shall comply with 310.4.2. So that was kind of another piece where instead of every time talking about the accessibility and every time talking about the other pieces of it, that we would just move back to that 310.4.2 more often, rather
Right.
than trying to lay it all out.
Right. So similar to kind of how we have that pointer in the other sections, Laura just added your language there in 310 or in that section. You just pasted it in there. And these ones, let's see here. So you're thinking there too? Same
Yeah,
thing.
so in the 355, I had leaving dwelling unit in there. And saying a registered or certified family childcare facility as defined in ORS 329A located within a dwelling unit shall comply with 30524, that new one I just added, or 310.4.2. So it says you either need to be an accessory occupancy or whatever, R2, or you go be an R3 and do whatever those R3 options are.
Yeah.
This is only one way to take care of it. I'm sure there are others. I don't know if that's what the rest of the code change committee wants to do, but I do think we need to address registered childcare facilities that are in dwelling units and that have
In
more
the
than
R2.
5.
Yeah, in the R2. Yeah, I think that's right. And I think that could work the way that you have it. We basically then we still list the certified and registered. We still list the reference to the ORS, and then they have an option of complying. And so that one will be very clear that, oh, well, I'm not a group R2 dwelling unit. Could we say within a group R2 dwelling unit there?
Yes. This is me not knowing really how to write code.
No, it's good. It's good stuff. Within a group R2 dwelling unit. That was classified as part of that. Yeah. Right, and so then you tie it back, so then if we're in a detached 1 or 2
Yeah.
family dwelling or townhouse, then we get the pointer back to 310.42. I think that, I mean, I think that works. Does the committee, any other committee members have any feedback or thoughts?
I support Jody's changes, especially where they deal with those a lot. And I think it really cleans up the language on where it can and can't be located. So I appreciate all of Jody's efforts.
Great.
I agree. I think this is good because there are other areas as well where the difference between things that are situated in an R2 environment versus a 1 and 2 family dwelling environment do need to be looked at separately. There has been a lot of confusion, so appreciate this, Jody.
Yeah, and we're not calling them accessory there, right?
Not.
We're not
no.
saying like
I was
accessory,
using that
like-
word.
I
no.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
The one other change that I had that was in this section, and this again is totally optional. I think that the language in 523 works as it is currently, but as a sort of, instead of restating this for 2012 here and all that stuff, that we would reference this section as well to the 310.41. Because this is the 5 or fewer, right?
Sure. Yeah.
So I had, let's see, a facility such as the above located within a detached 1 or 2 family dwelling or townhouse and having 5 or fewer children receiving such daycare shall be classified as an R3 occupancy and shall comply with 310.41.
Oh, and shall.
Yeah.
310.41.
I mean, and again, I am very much like, please somebody else read this as well and make sure that is how we want to say it. Or if it's even needed, like I said, it works as is. It's just I'm trying to not point that 420 everywhere across the I's, the E's, and the R's. Let's talk about that in one spot. But that's not what we want to do.
And then in 310.41, we'd have that pointer back to the 420.
Right, so I think,
Consistently.
does 310.41, I think it has the pointer, or does it not?
It does.
Yep. And then I think the first one is, I think it's just a run-on, shall be classified as a group R3 occupancy and shall be constructed in accordance or shall comply with.
Wait, do you want to keep it as 2 sentences? Like we do elsewhere where,
Well, I guess that would be the other thing is
So-
they could do it in a dwelling in R3 that was complying with the OSSC, for example. So like if it was like an R3 and a B, we were talking about that. So then it was, if we kept them separate, like 2 sentences.
Then the reference to 310.41 take care of the comply with the residential code and the requirements for the sprinkler system anyway, so what's struck out there could remain.
I didn't have, I guess one of the other things I changed that took out unit, because this is where we've got 5 or fewer children in a dwelling. So that's that standalone building. And the licensed childcare within a dwelling unit was below, but maybe there is such a thing as unlicensed childcare in a dwelling unit.
Well, and we were thinking about, so if you could have 2 R3s and a B occupancy attached, mixed occupancy, right? We don't have more than 2, so we're still in R3. And then you could have potentially 5 or fewer hair in that, probably not very common, but we were just thinking through, that's why we had the separate sentence, was to kind of say, okay, it's got to be classified as an R3 occupancy, whether you build that in accordance with the OSSC or you follow the path to the Resi code, with the pointer to 310.41, or however we do that. because then I didn't want to, you know, have the language somehow prevent in that scenario, or you had a, you know, just a one R3 and a B attached. It would still be an R3. It would just be an OSSC R3. And we're thinking dwelling. Are we deleting unit? I think consistently we've done that.
Well, if something is a dwelling, though, I think by definition, it can't have a B.
Yeah. It would just be, it's because it doesn't specify the detached part. That's the link to like the Resi code. So this one, it would still be a, it could still be a dwelling. I think under R3, it's not more than 2 dwelling units. So you could have 1 2-family dwelling with a attached to a B, or a single dwelling attached to a B. Yeah.
Sure. And does 310.4 have the option? I need to go look at 310. Does that have the option of being R3 commercial or R3? It's just R3 residential. So if it still has the option to be both, that's why I thought I could take care of both of them with that one sentence. You need to be R3 and you go look at this thing, and this
And then that
other
one
section
says you
has
can
you have the
do
option.
R3 OSSC or Resi compliant.
Yeah. It starts with detached. So it doesn't have the option for being.
Right.
Okay, well, maybe it's not worth messing with, like maybe it was better before I touched it. So I don't know, I haven't.
Well, why don't we
I mean, so
take a look at it? Go
I'm
ahead.
curious, so dwelling, the definition of dwelling and the definition of dwelling unit in terms of the OSSC makes a big difference. It makes a difference whether you can only have such things within a 1 or 2 family building, or you can have them in an apartment per se.
So, oh, you mean dwelling versus dwelling unit?
Yeah,
Yeah, sure. Sure, and I think we addressed the ones in the apartment, right? Because we added a section on that, and that's
on
limited.
R2 sections, yeah.
So that
Okay.
would be R2, and that's consistent with what ICC has said.
Okay.
And then I think dwelling, right, dwelling can contain 1 or 2 dwelling units. So, and it can be OSSC compliant, or it could be a detached dwelling and be under the Resi code. So maybe we take a closer look at them, and there's no, I mean, we're gonna have additional meetings. We don't have to button it up right now. Any other?
Sorry, Jody, I think if you're confused with you doing it a lot, we should take some more time and look at it if Tony's okay with that.
Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah, well, we've made some changes. Ruby, any thoughts? Good?
Let it stew.
Okay, sounds good. So we'll leave those ones as tabled. We've already made some changes per this meeting, so we can note that, and then we'll go through what we've updated it to currently with Jody's language, and then we'll build from there. Thanks, that's good stuff. Okay, what was the next tabled item? Was that the only ones that we had in 3? Okay. I think we're moving on to chapter 7. Oh, this was that fire partition walls enclosing elevator lobbies. Was it? Oh, was it smoke?
I think this is the part that was talking about continuity and talking of kind of introducing that horizontal, like, instead of continuity at a floor ceiling, it was talking about continuity at a adjacent wall. Talked about whether it would be needed or not.
Right. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, go for it. What you found out?
So Eric here. Yeah, I did a little background after the meeting insertion. And so really all this is trying to do is align with the smoke barrier requirements. So in that same section, the smoke barrier has those continuity requirements, but the smoke partition doesn't. And so what they were trying to do is just, they were saying, look, it's assumed, but so that's why it was added to that very specific, instead of like in chapter 7 elsewhere under, general. They were just trying to say, look, why does the barrier say this and not the smoke partition? So it just seems like it's intended as a clarification, because it was the assumption this is how things were supposed to be done anyway, or how it was supposed to be constructed, but just wasn't clarified.
Yeah, I think it's a line. It's basically repeating 70942. Yeah, right there. Was that it? Or one. Persevering smoke compartments. Yes. Into horizontal assemblies. Needs a fire barrier, having a fire. Was there another section with this one too? Was it? Okay.
I think one of the other parts that was odd about it was, why was it just specific to elevator lobbies? Is this not how every smoke partition is supposed to, like, are there some smoke partitions that don't need to be continuous to another smoke partition or outside wall? I think that was the other part of the question that I had. Was this, why are we talking specifically about elevator lobbies? And honestly, smoke partitions, I don't see them a whole lot. Usually they're trumped by something more, some other wall type, or the requirements of some other wall type. So it sounds like we do understand why they're talking about this continuity issue, that they're trying to match this section in another area.
Yeah, and they add that same language, excuse me, in for fire partitions. The same thing, and it's interesting because they use that. First, it's specific to elevator lobbies as noted, and then it is terminates, an enclosure that terminates at a fire barrier or fire partition. And then other smoke partitions and fire partitions their continuity is addressed elsewhere. This is specifically unique to to those enclosing elevator lobbies, which is, it's interesting. Because you have all the other continuity here. Could we look at those figures, Laura? You can jump in whenever. They're very blurry. We can't zoom in. Yeah, and it's just listed as a clarification.
There was a reason, right?
It's intended to clarify lobby protection requirements only.
Does it say that they've run into a problem? Like some people are not having them be
Yeah, it says,
terminating?
yeah, it says the current language is inconsistent for the locations where the elevator lobbies are specified. So it's like, I think that's what they were trying to do, is match it with smoke barriers. And then be consistent through all the sections, was like
Oh, here it is.
fire partition, smoke barrier, smoke partition.
Yeah, clarify that the fire.
The last code cycle, there was some code changes that had to do with the, it was 3 years ago, but it had to do with that, the rating and the type of wall that could be used at elevators. And I don't know if they, a lot of times when we change code cycles, we mess things up and they have to go back and clarify them. But the last code cycle, we worked on the type of wall by the elevator. I just don't remember what that section was. There was lengthy code discussions on it.
They added the multiple use assembly section where they clarified that, if the wall is intended to meet, okay, you have a shaft wall and you have a, smoke requirements, that you would meet all of those.
Okay, that must have been what I was thinking.
I think so, yeah.
Thanks, Tony.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
too many code changes over the years. I just remembered we touched that before.
So any other thoughts on this one? Any concerns, thoughts? We're just proposing to align with the model. Tom, are you looped in on this one at all? Do you have any experience with this?
I mean, I have had some people kind of ask questions about it, but I've always gone back to the intent is to make it connect, make it terminate there and not try to have any holes. So I can kind of understand the need for the clarification, because if you do an exact reading of the code, you could possibly find a loophole, but that's never been the intent. So I'm guessing that this is just to try to close what people may see as a possible not extension, not terminating. I don't want our wall.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of strange that anybody would think this wouldn't be required anyway.
Yeah, well, and it's from Fire Code Action Committee and Building Code Action Committee, so it seems like it's just like a correlating change, and something that's not a technical departure or anything.
Yeah, just making sure no one has any questions.
What do you think? Thoughts?
I guess I see what they're trying to do, but I feel like it brings up more questions than it helps.
Yeah.
I would support keeping the model code language that went through the building and fire code board, the review committees.
Okay. Is this one we want to take a vote on? Do we need to take a vote? Laura, could you do just a quick roll call vote on it? Can you? Or we could have people turn on their cameras and put their thumbs up. I just want to make sure that we're not. Okay, we got a thumbs up from Tom. Thumbs up. We got some thumbs up emojis on the chat there. Ruby.
Yeah, I think just leaving it. I mean, if it does make things a little bit clearer.
Okay. Great. All right. Well, we'll leave it. We'll go with the model, and then we'll note it. We can bring it up for the board about that. There was some concern about the language confusing things. Let's see. So for now, we'll stick with the model on that one. And then what do we have else tabled? Oh, right, 11. A couple of them in 11. Thank you. Well, I think one of the biggest ones in 11 was the first one regarding the adult changing stations. I think it was. Yeah. So a bit of input on this. Tammy Martino from our team did quite a bit of digging on this, and one of the things that I wanted to bring up that is a bit concerning when we look at this from our perspective at the division is that the legislature in 2019 had a bill in front of them for baby diaper changing stations, and they left it in committee. The bill was basically this language. I mean, essentially this requirement, but for diaper changing stations, and it did not pass. And so looking at this, it's definitely a big policy move if we are to, require something like this. Digging into the feedback or the reason and the genesis of the national model change from Marsh and Maz is that they were correlating it with supplement 1 changes to A117.1 2017. So it's not in the current version of A117.1. It's in the supplement. It's not in the federal ADA, and the fiscal associated with it was estimated from anywhere from 6,000 to 9,000. It does put criteria on it as far as like a weight capacity, all the things that are missing from this language currently and currently under the A117.1. And so I think there's going to be, I think there's some concerns that we would have with the language just as is. Again, kind of based on that prior legislative action regarding, baby changing stations, those aren't even required. And so then we're going further in looking at this, adult changing station. And it seems like we'd be jumping in front of the legislature almost because they chose no action again on the baby changing station. So any thoughts, feedback? I'll open it up to the committee on this one that we had kind of had it flagged for additional, investigation, kind of digging in on the research side. So open it up.
A question about the the legislative session. Was it a requirement to have these, or were they proposing requirements about the installation of these changing stations?
So as I recall, great question. As I recall, it was in the 2019 session. I don't have the bill off the top of my head. I could probably pull it up, but it was to require baby changing stations in certain occupancies. So it's not specific to adult changing stations, but it was very similar. So currently there's no requirement for baby changing stations. And so that's the similar kind of parallel that we have here, only this is for adults.
I think I would like to either keep it tabled for more input or suggest that we keep it. And here's why. I think that babies, honestly, you can change them anywhere. And adults, you cannot. I think they're really different. Thinking about equity and accommodation are just really different when you have adults and when you have babies. So I don't, but I also get what you're saying about it's just in a supplement and we haven't been directed by legislature and we haven't even been directed by the federal level. So I'm not against taking this out. I just feel like we could use a little more input from the communities affected by this.
Yeah, thanks for that. So it's, for those tracking it, it's Senate Bill 360 from the 2019 regular session, and it was not specific to babies. I misspoke. It was just diaper changing stations. And so that got, that remained in committee upon adjournment and signed by, and it did not, pass. It didn't make it to the floor vote even. So I guess that would just be the concern, and we're fine with it if we want to dig in more, and we can share some of the analysis that Tammy provided from our team, and if we can get somebody to engage from the community affected by it, that would be fine as well. I just think it would be a concerning policy shift to just take it because it was model code when the legislature has kind of acted on it already. It's almost like an occupied field where it's like, okay, it's been in front of our board of directors and they chose not to require it. And then through, the code adoption process, somehow we require it. I think that would be the best.
Well, I think this one, I think it's good to keep it as well because it does start with where provided. So where someone wants to provide it, and I know the expansion at the Portland Airport is putting these in. I know other institutions are wanting to put these in as well. And so I think the statement where provided this provides good guidance where people want to provide them. So I think it's a good inclusion as guidance. Otherwise, people have to go looking for it elsewhere.
Yeah, thanks for that, Tom. I think that what we're concerned about, what we talked about last time, is it starts out as where provided permissible, and then the next statement is where required shall be accessible, and then the next subsection is where required, and it requires it in assembly and mercantile. It requires it in group Bs and group Es of certain sizes. And so it's not
okay. The where required section is what you're concerned about.
Yeah, basically, I think we'd be open to just leaving it as where provided if that was the intent.
That's what I would suggest, is to strike their where required.
And that's what I would support too, not making it required, but if they're going to put it in, it provides guidance. But I wouldn't support requiring these in the occupancies, but certainly providing guidance.
Any other thoughts on that? Thanks for the feedback, committee discussion. Any other thoughts here?
Yeah, I think we can take out the where required. And if somebody out there is concerned about this, or we want to, they can always bring it back in right in 2 weeks, just because we've decided on something, somebody can bring it back, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
So let's go ahead and decide it. I mean, it sounds like anyway, the committee would like to just remove that 410.41, or sorry, 1110.41 section, and then the second sentence of the where required portion. And then keep all the rest of it.
Yeah, it seems like that's the committee's pleasure on this one. I think we had some feedback from Nathan and Adelie, and Tom had commented about having it be permissive. Sounds like a good thumbs up from the committee.
Well, that way the fiscal impact is that their choice too. So we're not adding costs to the construction as well, but if they wanted to put it in.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. I see a thumbs up from Nathan there. So the plan is here, we're going to, on this item, we're going to remove the required language. We're going to remove the subsection about requirement, and then there may be some slight adjustments in the language as well that we need to do, but we'll run through that and check it, and then we'll update the chapter for folks. Ruby, you have thoughts?
Well, I think if a section of the code is not required, I don't think it will provide any guidance to people to do it. I think if it's not required, we just have to take the whole section.
Well, I think the guidance on the room, the prohibited locations and travel distances we'd still be, part of it, and we can provide, and maybe there's a mention to the A117 requirements that may provide. I haven't looked at the supplement. I know who I can ask and get some further, but
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the challenge here is that
yeah,
where provided, it says they shall be accessible and be in accordance with this section. So I think if they were voluntarily provided, then it could still be enforced from that point on, right? Similar to like if you voluntarily provided a sprinkler system, it wasn't required, then wouldn't the building department review the sprinkler system and then inspect it as well? Or are you thinking just remove it altogether completely?
I think if the section of the code is not required, intent of the code is not required, having a guidance for something is not required.
I will say the way that it reads, where provided they shall be accessible. I mean, what is that? Unless you have something corresponding, because all the rest of this is about where the room is and the prohibited locations and travel distance. I mean, none of those things are maybe what I would consider accessibility or not accessibility, right? I mean, because if it's not required, let's say, okay, your travel distance has to be above or below whatever, 2 stories within. How does that make sense?
Right.
I could maybe see, I don't know. I would also say, in terms of accessibility, you said this is in the supplement of the A117.
It is.
So is it available to us? Is a supplement adopted? I'm just making sure it's not one of these like appendices that we don't get to use or something.
Sure. Yeah. Great question. So that would be something to consider here because the supplement was added to the 24 IBC as an errata, which is interesting. So if you go to Errata Central on ICC's webpage, it's the 2024 IBC, and they added the supplement in the reference standards in chapter 35 to the A117.1. So you could still voluntarily, I guess that to Ruby's point, there's a national standard, right? So if somebody wanted to voluntarily provide it in their design, it would have some parameters through the supplement without this language. They'd still have something they could turn to provide an adult changing station.
And I could maybe look at the language on the room one. I don't know if that's worth keeping. That last sentence, occupants shall have access to the required adult changes all times they associate occupancy. Since it's voluntary, I don't know that particular sentence works, but.
Yeah, and that's challenged too, because it's a post-occupancy thing, maintenance down the road. Any other committee committee discussion and thoughts on this? We were discussing possibly keeping it as permissive language. Rabi makes a good point that we don't really have much in code like that. There is a national standard in place, so if a design professional wanted to add these in voluntarily, I think there would be adequate, sources and resources to follow. Just keeping the discussion going here.
But if they did voluntarily provide it, they would show up in the plans for review. So Jody, how would you all deal with such a situation? You just say, okay, that's fine, but I mean, guess that's part of my question as well. And I was looking at the 24, there is no specific pointer in chapter 35 to the supplement that I could maybe I'll
The
just,
errata on errata central to the 24 IBC.
okay. I get the point that, I mean, why put any of this at all in there if it's not required?
I think it would be helpful if it talked about, weight limits or
Yes,
mounting height, but all of that's going to be in the supplement. And so
It is.
we need a path to that supplement or something like that. And so I do see that first sentence where provided they shall be accessible, because I mean, similar to, like you said, a sprinkler system or a guardrail or whatever, when you lean on it, you expect it to be able to hold a certain weight or whatever. When you see it, you expect a certain performance out of it. But none of that's in here to start with is the problem. So do we get enough out of that one sentence saying it shall be accessible in order to let us get to all of those details?
and can you say shall be accessible and meet the requirements with a pointer to the supplement?
Well, so I think right in the scoping language of chapter 11, to that point, yeah, I think we would get to A117.1 for that, and we could just have that single sentence. And then whether we adopt the supplement in chapter 35, because we just reference generically the reference standard, we don't reference an iteration in the charging language of chapter 11. So I think that's a solution where you add the supplement to chapter 35, you leave this as a single sentence, and accessible as defined means in compliance with A117.1 in accordance with the chapter. So
Out of curiosity, is there anything else in that supplement other than this? Like,
we can,
maybe I know we're past chapter 11, but I guess I hadn't even thought about that.
well, and we can consider that separately. We can add it as a line item. We can dig into it a little bit on the supplement. I know maybe Tammy's attending. Maybe she can dig into it a little bit while we're going through this meeting, and then we can even just follow up maybe this afternoon on what is included. Okay. Oh, that's correct. So the other tabled portion of this was that tandem language in chapter 12 about the surround. Remember that language that said the surround shall be of a certain service type. So before we go to that, do we have thumbs up from the committee on keeping this as just a single sentence that they shall be accessible? And then we're going to delete everything else as Ruby noted. And then we're going to have a discussion about the supplement further on. Does that sound good to the committee? Got some thumbs up here.
Yep, I'm good.
Okay. Any more comments in the room? We're on the same page. All right. So that's the plan. We're deleting all of that. Laura's captured that. And then the tandem other tabled item in I think chapter 12 we'll cover in a minute. Did we have another item in 11? Sinks. What did we table this one? sinks, rather than sinks in kitchens and kitchenettes, where a sink requires a deep basin to perform its intended purpose or requires specialized drain that cannot be located outside of the meet space, parallel approach shall be permitted. Was there any concerns from the committee on this language? We're just looking to align with the model code here. Exception 2. Okay, hearing none, I think that one is approved. No fiscal on that. And then we had laundry equipment in 1110.6. And so this one was the authority one that I was concerned about when we had our chief building official in the room. And we did run this one by legal, and there's not, that we don't have the authority to regulate not fixed portions of the building. And so there was concern about having requirements for this. Now, the catch is, just like many other things, there is a requirement in the federal ADA. So owners absolutely have the responsibility to provide accessible washers and dryers when they provide them. And then they also have to, they may have to provide accommodations even in existing configurations. So that's the catch up on this one. And so we've listed it as reserved. And again, that was, that's feedback from the legal side regarding this. And that's why I had it flagged in the last meeting. So again, it is something where it's, you have a prudent kind of recommendation to make owners and customers aware of the federal requirements, but unfortunately, it's just something where we can't get into, regulating non-regulated equipment, non-fixed equipment on this one. Any other thoughts, comments, questions on that? We've updated the matrix, I believe, as well to reflect that. Is that correct, Laura? Excellent. And the language is almost identical in the ADA, in the federal ADA to this. So it is something where it's, owners should be aware if they're providing this, that they need to provide accessible units. Very similar to like gaming tables. We carved that out. What do they call them? Lottery machines, or, video poker machines. There's a requirement under the federal ADA to provide accessible units. So this is very similar to that, where it's going to be on the owner and not going to be a code enforced requirement.
Is there a way that the language could be adjusted instead of saying that the machine has to be accessible, to say that there needs to be an accessible space in front of however many of the machines it talks about? Because we have other things that are installed, sinks, for example, where we do look at, accessible clear space in front of that. And if we have nothing, I mean, like I said, right now, when we have a laundry room, we would just default to one of each type. That's all we've got. And this is different than that.
Sure.
So maybe the argument is this is asking for more than what federal is asking for. So that's the problem. But I do think that we have other pieces of equipment, quote unquote, that we look for accessible access to and accessible space in front of when they are installed in the building.
Yeah, so you're just looking for essentially like almost like an employee work area where you're able to enter. You have clear floor space at one of the units wherever they designate that, and then you're able to turn and exit the space.
And this one says where you have more than 3, you have to do it for 2. That's the piece that we will be losing by not having anything in here. And maybe that's something that the state feels like they want to not increase the accessibility requirements in laundry rooms. Is that the purpose?
Well, we can, I guess I could take it back and ask clarification on that exact point. On about, okay, well, what if we just look at not the actual machines being regulated,
Yeah,
but just the space?
I think that's all we would need, is that we're looking for this accessible clear space or accessible access, whatever that
Sure.
looks like,
Sure.
in front of how many machines.
Right. Well, I think that's good. I think that's a good, at least worthy of just asking the question again,
Okay,
talking about the actual space, the built environment, and not the machines themselves. So yeah, so we'll just flag that one. Laura, can you flag that as being retabled or needing additional, a little bit of additional discussion outside of the committee?
Thank you for that. And I would say, especially if the building owners are still beholden to this. I mean, why not have, I mean, I don't think that there's going to be argument against somebody else looking at that.
Sure. Any other thoughts, comments from the committee on that one?
I agree with this. I think just some understanding about what the room requirements need to be, and then it's up to them to provide the machines that are required and the space that's required. But there needs to be something that provides the space required for the room. Like and it's a good point, Tony, with a work area requirement, similar situation. That should be in there.
Okay. Well, we'll take that one back and see if there's any flexibility on that, or if somehow we could just say the space, talk about the area, the space, clear floor space in front of it, turning area, accessible room, basically. Okay, so I think that takes us to chapter 12. That tabled item in chapter 12 basically goes away, I believe, because of the deletion of the adult changing station, but maybe it's something that needs to stay in there. I just don't think we would keep it. Is that the only item we had in chapter 12 as tabled? Yes, I hear it, yes. There it is, 12.10.2.3.
I think it's reasonable to keep it because the whole thing's about privacy. And I think we're trying to protect like the other occupants of the bathroom or like the people who are using these tables. I mean, if you don't have anything, I don't think anybody's gonna, I mean, hopefully not, just have this changing table in the middle of the room. But maybe some people will go a lot farther and require a full room or something like that. So this aligning with the model language, I don't see what it hurts.
Okay, any other thoughts? I think they are required to be in a family assisted or single user room. And then I think this is just addressing like the cleanability, the hard non-absorbent surface, right?
We took all those requirements out. That they had to be in their own room.
Right. No, I just meant on the model and like on the basis
Oh.
on the model intent.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that's a comment. Any other feedback from the committee about just keeping it? Providing guidance about having a cleanable surface?
Aren't these requirements in other areas of the code required for the bathroom in general?
Yes, they required up above, I believe. If we go just scroll up just a little bit, should be right there in floors and wall bases, wall
Right.
partitions. It's essentially the same language.
Yeah, so if we're not going to have an adult changing table requirement, we can't have this. And the requirements are covered there for any bathroom or, multi-user or single user bathroom that this is going to occur in anyway. And I find it unlikely it would have its own room that might require this.
Yeah, I think I had that incorrect. It's not about privacy. It's all about cleanability.
Yeah.
And so the cleanability word. Right now, that's all centered on the sinks and the toilets. So this is trying to bring in that they also want that around the changing table. Is that the?
Yep, correct.
Okay.
And it requires just the walls and partitions within 2 feet and up to the 6 foot height. And it basically gets us there, except it's not based on proximity to each end of the changing table. I think that's the only difference, is that the model language, new model, is based on proximity to each end of the changing table, whereas up above, it would only be those walls and partitions within 2 feet of those service sinks, urinals, and water closets.
So should we provide some language at the beginning of this saying where provided? Where the adult changing table is provided, rather than it looking like a
Yeah, we could remove this section in chapter 11 and just have it all here in chapter 12.
Okay. I'm thinking, so I think it sounds like the committee wants to keep this language in place. It's kind of a no.
I don't think it hurts anything.
Okay.
I mean, I think it's trying to add another spot that in theory is going to be built more often and carrying the requirements from elsewhere over to this section. I think it's logical. I mean, I hope that, but you know, lots of things in the code are logical and sometimes they don't happen.
And I agree that this is the right place for a requirement like this to be placed if something like this is provided.
Okay.
Which then goes back to said required at a diaper changing station, a baby diaper changing station.
Yeah, I think here there's nothing that's mandating anything within this language. It's just
Yeah.
saying you have walls and partitions within 2 feet of the voluntarily installed adult changing table. Then it must be non-absorbent. I don't think that anything.
No, it needs to be in there. It's a good thing.
Okay. Other thoughts? Ruby?
It's good.
Good. Any other, okay, so can I get some thumbs up from the committee on this one? We're gonna just leave it in there. It is permissive when okay, thank you. We got thumbs up all around. Thanks for that, everybody. Appreciate it. So with that, we're going to, do we have anything else there, Laura? I think that's it. Okay, so now we're gonna move to chapter 15. Real quick. And we're gonna go through 15 and then I get to take a break and turn it over to Eric. It's my most favorite part of the meeting today. All right, committee, we've arrived at chapter 15 here. So we have this, we're going to start off with roof drainage in 1502, I believe. Is that where the matrix starts us at? I have a fan on over here.
You got a fan?
I do right here.
Oh my God.
Oh, so first comment here, it's just about the text box on the matrix, just noting that we keep this here for alignment and reference to OSHA requirements. And so again, this comes up every now and again about integration of roof fall protection systems into the building design is not required by law. That's a clarification, it comes up all the time. But then, of course, when they provide it, there is a path in our, I believe in through chapter 16 that Jeremy from our team, our program engineers, provided a number of times for folks. And then we also have the language about encouraging design professionals to consult OSHA for their provisions. So just giving you a little bit of background. This is not part of code. It's just a text box informational. So we're going to be retaining that. That one's not really up for too much discussion unless you have any feedback on the language. So moving on to 1502.1. Here is so we have a couple of things here. So we delete this language because of the pointer and the tie to the IPC on the national model level. And then we have a language that aligns with the plumbing code. So this has been a long-standing amendment. It's basically just aligning with our plumbing program adopts the IAPMO codes. We don't adopt the International Plumbing Code. And so this is that language there. And then you have the language about over public property. You have roof drains, just the general language there. And this covers items 15-2 and 15-3. Just long-standing Oregon amendments. Any concerns about that? Any comments, concerns? Okay.
I have one question,
Sure,
just out of
sure.
curiosity,
Yeah.
the part that talks about drainage over public property.
Uh-huh.
You know how we're so like, don't touch the right of way, you don't have any jurisdiction over the right of way, all that stuff.
Yeah.
How are we able to say that? Doesn't that seem like it's crossing the line or no? This is,
Well, yeah, I think it would be to the boundary of the site. Like the concern would be if you have it directed off of the site, then that would be the concern. And you could just regulate it at the boundary of the site. Saying, okay, this is now going completely offsite into another site, someone else's property.
Okay.
They
All right.
need to address it somehow.
just curious.
Yeah, good question. Okay, we've got general requirements. Oh, we got attic and rafter ventilation. S522 is the proposal. Just a clarification. Attic and enclosed rafter assemblies are added to clarify the scoping of the requirement. An exception is added to direct users to 1202.3 to the code's provisions for unvented attics and unvented enclosed rafters. Just a kind of a cleanup here on the model. We're just looking at adopting the model code language. Any concerns, thoughts, comments? Okay, seeing none, we're going to adopt the model there. There's no fiscal associated with that.
Thanks, Tony.
We move on to slate shingles 150444 S722. Just a consistent subsection added to provide guidance regarding wind resistance of slate roof coverings and the specification for D3161. Just proposing to adopt the model here. Any concerns with that? Okay, seeing none, keeping it rolling. Next one we have is 1504.8 and the associated table. It has wind resistance of aggregate surface roofs, the series of national model code proposals. S11, 22, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17-22, along with the table. And the table is minimum required parapet height for aggregate surfaced roofs. Again, the same national proposals. We are not proposing any model or any amendments or anything. It's just adopting the model code here. Give you a minute here to take a look at that language. Do we have any music we can play in the meantime? Like, no?
Did the reasoning statement in those proposals say that it changed content or was clarification?
Laura, do you mind pulling up? I think we're gonna pull up just 1122 first. S1122. Thank you.
Okay, so it does not lower or raise performance levels already incorporated.
Yeah, and that's the first one. We could go through all of them. It's S11 through S17. The series, bunch of proposals.
Probably supposed to know for our fiscal.
Yeah, and I don't think. Yeah, could we keep going through them, Laura? 11, 12, and just make sure that there's no fiscal here. Yeah, nothing.
Okay.
It seems consistent, like they're just trying to take all the provisions, clarify them, they add the table. I don't, and it doesn't look like there's any proposed amendments or alignment to Oregon stuff, in chapter 16 or anything, so. Any other thoughts or comments from the committee? We're just proposing to keep the model here. Okay, seeing none, no fiscal on that one, Pierre. And we have 15059 Oregon amendment. This one, I think we discussed this one, Jody, before. We have the Oregon amendment 15059. This is the rooftop mounted photovoltaic panel system shall have non-combustible racking and mounting systems or be tested and listed. That was the corrected language. It used to just say be non-combustible. And there was all sorts of question about that. A question about the panels themselves being non-combustible. And then there was all sorts of confusing language about that. So here's just an existing Oregon amendment that has been corrected. I think we corrected it under the 22 iteration with the work of the committee. Any questions, concerns, comments? Okay, seeing none, we're going to keep the existing Oregon amendment. You see just a couple of just minor model correlating changes there. I don't think we're going to cover those. There's some correlating changes, just terminology and ASTM standard updates, nothing there. And then they did the same underlayment adjustments here. I think that's what we flagged next. Did you flag those as one item, Laura? Okay. Oh yeah. We just delete all the hurricane prone region stuff because it doesn't apply here as defined. We do keep the definition now in chapter 2 for hurricane prone region, just so folks are aware of it and can refer back to it. And then Jeremy from our team will be talking about when we get into chapters 16 through 23, he'll be covering a little bit about that in the structural design chapters. So here we go, 150781 on deck requirements. This was a public proposal, basically just aligning with model IRC language. And I believe we already have this in the OSSC in chapter 9. Yeah, it's the same language, same terminology as the OSSC. Any questions, comments, concerns about that 1507.8.1 and 9.1, essentially the exact same. Seeing none, I'm gonna keep going. No fiscal on that. It's just clarification in the code. We have 1507.14.3 and public proposal or national proposal S3422 added provisions for liquid applied roofing. Pretty straightforward. Pointer to the cut sheets there. Any concerns? We're just adopting the model here. Updating. Okay, seeing none. No fiscal associated with this, just clarification. Continuing on. We have a couple on flashing. And this single proposal added just guidance regarding PV shingles and BIPV. Again, just pointing to the manufacturer's installation instructions. Same language in 2 locations for the shingles and then BIPV. Helpful. I think it was already required anyways. It was just how you got there. Now it's just a pointer in code for those items. Any comments, questions, thoughts? Just aligning with the model here. Seeing none, we're going to keep those and no fiscal on that, Pierre. 1511.24 type of construction. This requires the exterior walls and roof construction to meet the fire resistance rating for the type of construction. Take a look at that language. Specific to penthouses. Lord, do you mind opening the proposal on this one? It is S721. 7-21. Yeah. Thank you. Interesting.
So it's removed the structural elements? Because I guess, well, I'll see what other folks say.
Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so this essentially, as noted there, it's decreasing the FRR, essentially saying that it would have been an overly conservative fire resistance rating required. If you were relying back on 704. Now it's just clarifying. That you have a now you have a specific path to follow for the FRR. In those cases for penthouses. It was the public hearing results. It was approved as it revises the language to meet the intent and corrects what could have been misread or misapplied. And it will decrease the cost of construction for these cases. Any questions, comments? We're proposing to align with the model.
I think this is a good clarification because I know I've gone through these questions myself. So I like the clarification.
Okay. Other comments, thoughts?
I think that it seems fine, but I do think, I will say in Portland, we have folks pushing the boundaries of what they want to call a penthouse. So they don't have to call it a story. So they're trying to add a bathroom in there. They're trying to add whatever. But if we're lowering it even further, I think that that will probably be part of the consideration. But that's for us to worry about.
Thanks for that. Anything else? Okay, we are adopting the model. Here, it will decrease the cost of construction for penthouses in those instances.
Thanks, Tony.
Got it. The next one, 151176 for lightning protection. So some information here confirmed with our electrical chief that these are an occupied field. I don't think I've fully updated all of the references to this, but you have these systems that are really governed by the OESC. And so there's gonna be some authority kind of cleanup in this area because we're gonna point folks to the electrical code as appropriate. And then whether or not they would be required, that would be under the authority of the electrical and elevator board here in Oregon. It wouldn't be under the building code structures board authority. So that's just going to be something to flag. There's going to be some adjustment in the language here, but otherwise we just have some model. So we'll propose that. Could we flag that one as just a table, Laura, so I can catch up and provide some language just to show the committee listed as authority item, revised language, bring back to committee. Thank you. That's also, let's see here. I think that's the next two. That's all right. 15, 25, 26, and 27. Okay, that brings us to 1511.9. We have model change S1021 adds requirements addressing raised deck systems. This code change will increase the cost of construction for those who decide to install these types of systems. However, this provides clarity on what requirements are to be applied for these installations. 1511.9. Just some time to read that there. Definitely something that pretty common for occupiable roofs, and I think there had been some missing, a lot of questions about this. Any comments, questions, concerns?
I'm happy for them to be adding some clarity around the fire classification of the system being separate from the roof assembly, especially with the pieces of plastic that are the pedestals, all that stuff. I do know that we've had a couple of fires on the roof, and that might have been encouraged by the materials of the raised deck system. So I think that if we had this very clear section to point to, it would have been really helpful. So I'm happy for it to be added, and it aligns with model code.
Great, thanks for that. Any other comments, questions?
I agree. It's a good clarification. This helps.
Great, thanks, Tom. Okay, so we're gonna adopt the model code here unamended. Pierre, that is going to be a fiscal impact as summarized in the matrix, just for the optional selection of using a raised deck system. It's not required. So.
Noted. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you. Okay, then next we move to 1512.1. We have re-roofing. I think this is a good model change. They did some adjustments here. So you'll see existing organ amendments kind of mixed in as well. We'll talk about that in the next, I think it's listed in the same matrix item 15-29 for those keeping score at home. So we take a look here. We have the new model language just clarifying. This is very similar to what we have on the OSSC side, except they expanded a little bit further to address those roof coverings that are more common in commercial buildings. You'll look at that, like if they have existing roof includes one layer of self-adhered underlayment, the existing layer cannot be removed without damaging the roof deck. A second layer is permitted to be installed over the existing layer. Again, just providing some flexibility and just guidance of like, what are we doing when we're re-roofing? Of course, here in Oregon, specific amendments long-standing allow re-roofing to be require a permit, be inspected, and include a final inspection. And so, again, just providing some guidance here on re-roofing and roof replacements. Just proposing to just stick with the model code here. Any comments, questions? Okay, seeing none. We also have the pointer to the energy code just to note. And then something that our Mark Heiser and Kelly Thomas are working on from our mechanical and energy team is that they're going to be providing a re-roofing roof assemblies technical bulletin to help clarify what we do for the application of the energy code. Just to note that as something to come in the future. All right, so we're sticking with the model code on those. That one is 1512.1, 1512.2. It notes 1512.1 notes that there is a slight cost increase potentially. I think that's funding instabilities. It's new line was. Can you go back to that, Laura? Can you go open S4522? Whoa. What was that? Yeah. Yeah, without scuppers. All right, well, I think we're still proposing just to stick with the model code here. I think we can reference this, Pierre, for the fiscal on it. Unless the committee has any other comments, questions, concerns. Going to be pretty limited application where it's going to increase the cost of construction. And Laura is multitasking. She's copied that. She's probably emailing it as we speak. And then the second part of 1512.2 for roof replacement actually decreased costs. And that was the one we talked about with we have self-adhered membranes during roof replacement. There's flexibility there now. So instead of making you peel it up, which is going to damage the deck, and then you got to peel up the deck, and then you got to do, providing guidance, and then also allowing you to just put another layer over the top. That one we're just proposing to stick with the model code again. Any comments, questions, concerns?
I noted both, Tony, for both.
Perfect. Okay, and we have the fiscals noted. And then lastly, in chapter 15, we have re-roofing inspection and final inspection, as I noted previously. Long-standing Oregon amendments that just they provide clarification that the re-roofing inspection is permitted to be required by the building official. And it says that the building official may accept inspection reports prepared by an approved agency when those have to occur. And then we propose to insert final inspection as a subsection there, just based on hierarchy. Before it was out even with the re-roofing inspection provision. It doesn't make sense that way. Standard hierarchy would be to just inset the final inspection. So no changes other than the renumbering here. Any questions, comments about the existing Oregon amendment? Seeing none, okay, we're going to keep that Oregon amendment. Thanks for the thumbs up, Adelie. And that gets us through chapter 15. Great work. So we're at about 11 o'clock. We want to keep pushing a little bit here, and then we'll take a lunch at the pleasure of the committee whenever. With that, I'm turning it over to Eric. My work's done. It's the easy part for me now.
For now. For now. All right, that brings us up to chapter 4. So any questions on chapter 4? That's it. Tony? No? Not it. Okay, so you catching up, Laura? I gotta let Laura catch up. Okay, chapter 4, the behemoth. So most of you are probably familiar, just a quick trip down memory lane here. So this goes back to 14.
Is there a document we can follow along on, because it's not on the website at this point? Or is it just up? Should we just follow up here?
The chapter 4 doc matrix is, but the 4 doc is not on the committee page.
Soon.
Yeah, coming soon.
Coming soon, like really soon. I almost guarantee it. I feel it. I feel like it's going to pop up if you just refresh your page.
Right.
You're just going to add it to the chat or to the page. The page. So the committee page, as soon as she's done, you can refresh and it'll. It can be. Oh, yeah. I have a hard time believing you didn't do this on purpose to mess with me, but it's fine. Yeah, well, Laura's doing that. Just the trip down memory lane. Again, most of you are probably very familiar with this. I think this started in 14, if I recall. 14 OSSC when we had Appendix N. It could be off on here, but when our Attorney General said we got to print all the new construction fire code stuff in the blue book instead of the red book, and so that trip started and is continued now. I feel like we're getting a little better. It's still a crazy task to get everything integrated. Most of it's in chapter 4. So just a reminder, one of the things when the division worked with the state fire marshal's office on this early on the get-go, the agreement was and has been ongoing that anything brought over from the fire code integrated will be brought over unamended, unless of course the fire code committee asks for a change, whether that's through their process. Last year I participated in the process, I think again this year, and if something comes up there or through our fire service rep on the committee or board. So what are we doing? Laura, you getting it? Loaded? Sorry, I can keep going. I can just drone on until, okay. The other ones? Okay, so you should be able to, for committee members on the committee webpage, refresh, open up 4.
Mine came up over here in the Twilight Zone, Eric, so everybody should have it.
You don't? Oh, you got it?
Yep.
Oh, I thought it'd be like tomorrow. Thanks. Thank you for that update from the east. So, okay. So,
Pony Express.
no, it's not that far off. Okay, so chapter 4, what we're going to do is a lot of this is integration stuff. I mean, we have some organ amendments, of course. We do have some new stuff. We'll just bounce through it. Not just kind of like Tony, I'm not going to spend a ton of time on the organ amendments. Of course, anything's up for the committee to discuss. If we buy something and you felt like it's important or you wanted to discuss it, of course, we'll stop and do that. So starting in 407 4-1 on the matrix. So the first 1, 2, 3, 4 of these are organ amendments. The first one, 4-1 in 407-12, is a longstanding organ amendment. This is the I2 alignment for emergency power alignment with NFPA 99. I don't necessarily foresee, unless somebody has an issue with this. No, okay. Going to keep rolling. I don't assume, but the next 3, 4.2, 4.3, and 4.4 are all existing organ amendments to I3s related to specific requirements for jails based on condition, and some exiting requirements in 4-3 for tiered cells, and then emergency ventilation requirements in 4-4. Again, all 3 long-standing organ amendments. Any issues with those? I have my matrix up, so if you see like a raised hand on the, miss it because I can't see it, let me know. Okay, so the first new language we have is in matrix item 4-5, that's 411.1. And this was, it looks like probably more than it is. There were changes. A lot of this was correlation to special amusement. It used to be special amusement buildings. They changed it to special amusement areas. And then a lot of what's going on here is correlation between the IFC and the IBC. Some of it is, so the code change includes a breakdown of both, but I think that the big things on these changes, one of them is the puzzle room definition and some clarification on puzzle rooms versus just special amusement areas. Puzzle rooms, also known as escape rooms. They chose to call them puzzle rooms. So there are some exceptions, and specifically for puzzle rooms, And we discussed some of these, you know, internally. And did we? Oh, we did. There it is. Okay. So if you look at the model code, is that up there, strikeout, Laura? It is. Okay. So under model code, what it says is you don't have to follow these requirements for puzzle rooms if the doors are unlocked and the egress is readily identified and always available. And internally, Tony and I talked about this and have a problem with ambiguous code language. This is the only place readily identifiable is used in the code. Always available is not a defined code. Unlocked works. So what we are proposing is 2.1, 2.2, and 2.3, which is to capture those three things, but in a way that's laid out in a cleaner and with recognizable terms like readily distinguishable. The 2.3 is from the fire code language. 2.2 is from 1001 in the building code, and 2.1 is just saying unlocked, not just repeating what it says there in 0.2. So that was our attempt at trying to clean it up and be less ambiguous. So I will turn it over to the committee.
Is there an issue with the second one? Couldn't follow that. Because the puzzle rooms provides the means of egress that meet all the following. And it's not required to comply with this.
Correct. So as long as those three things are met, they don't have to comply with 411. And so what was the question again, Ruby? Just intention is not to change any of the requirements, but clarify them. And again, the language in 2.2 is from chapter 10, just repeated in 1001. The language in 2.3 is the language from the fire code that's not in the building code. And then 2.1 is just found here. It was just, we just tweaked it a little bit.
Number 2.1 seems a little, I'm wondering, does it read the same or mean the same if you say unlocked when the puzzle room is occupied? Does that still work? Or because building area served by the means of egress can kind of be a little bit of an octopus that goes out to other areas. I mean, I don't know, I guess I would put everything.
That sounds reasonable. Again, we were just trying to capture it in a way that was less ambiguous. So that seems like that would be, so unlocked when the puzzle room served by the means of egress is occupied, which is the intent.
Well, I mean, I would say unlocked when the puzzle room is occupied. I don't know. We want to reference to them. Well, I find puzzle rooms a little bit of a, like, once you're unlocked, like, why don't you just, why isn't it always just unlocked?
That was my point. It should always, it's a public space. It should always be unlocked as a means of egress.
I think the difference is this is an exception. So if you do these things, it's not a puzzle room anymore. It does not have to comply with 411. If you don't do these things, which is common, you have locked doors. That's the you have to solve the puzzle till you get out. So then they would be locked. So that's what it's trying to distinguish. So normally, yeah, doors are unlocked, but in a puzzle room, the doors are not unlocked by virtue of the process. That's the whole point. But then you have to do all these other things in 411 if they are locked. So this is just saying, if you want to do this, but not lock the doors, have a puzzle room, not lock the doors, and have, you know, not hide the doors, then it's not a puzzle room.
If I could just jump in real quick too, to add on to what Eric's saying, the whole definition of a special amusement area is that you're obstructing the means of egress purposefully. So this is just saying, okay, for this one kind of special amusement area, if you have the doors always available, readily identifiable and not locked, then they just don't have to comply as the special amusement area.
Because those three items are just, I think, and that's what you were getting at, Jody, is those three items are code. Those are what the code normally says. You have to do all these things. So as long as you just have a normal code complying area, you don't have to follow 411, I guess is what it's saying. We just didn't like the ambiguous language used. Anything else from the committee on that, or any other suggestions? Do we want to tweak 2.1? We certainly can. Unlocked when the puzzle room is occupied, or
Yeah, I would agree with that change. 2.1 as it reads now is a bit ambiguous.
the puzzle room there, Laura. Unlocked when the puzzle room. And then strike served by the means of egress. Is that what the committee was looking for? Better?
That's clear.
Simpler? That's what we're going for. Easier, simpler, less confusing. A good suggestion. Anything else on this one?
It's just kind of an observation. It's really interesting because there are exceptions, but they are repeating that they don't have to comply with this section. And if you look at the code, anytime there is an exception, they don't say you don't have to comply with the section. So just an observation here.
It is kind of bizarre hierarchy because it's like,
It
it's
is an
saying that if
exception.
you meet all of these, then you don't have to comply with this section, but it's as an exception. And so I see what you're saying. Yeah. It would almost be a separate line item as like these particular puzzle rooms are not considered special amusement areas, or, you know, instead of an exception.
Anything else? Any other suggestions, or committee good with the language you see there? Good. Okay. All right. Let's move on then. Next one is.
Eric, any fiscal on that?
Go ahead.
Sorry, Eric, was there any fiscal on the last one?
Oh, I don't remember. Let me look at, see what they said. What was that number? G6821. I don't. Yeah, it says decrease. That's what I was thinking, but I didn't want to say that. Could decrease.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry about that, Pierre. Thanks.
You're good.
Yeah, I didn't get a lot of, yeah. Chapter 4 is
A lot.
not as cool as the other chapters on my
Wow.
matrix.
That's just because it's mine.
It's true.
So 4-6 on the uncool chapter 4 matrix. So this is just, again, we're going to touch on, I don't know if I grab this up front, but we're going to touch on changes in the IFC just to let you know they're here. But these are not necessarily open for amendment. I mean, anything's open for discussion, but the intent is we're not going to amend these unless it comes from the fire service side. So this is the first of those. And all this is pointing out as the new exception, which isn't a new code requirement. The exception there that says exemptions listed in table 30711 not required to comply. So back in, did we cover 3 last week? Yeah. So back in 3, there's an entire new table that they put to help alleviate confusion. It used to just be this big long list of exceptions that was the things that were not subject to MAQs or Group H requirements or 414 requirements. So it's just referring back to that table in 307, saying if things on that table are not subject to 414. Now they might be subject to, if it's a flammable liquid, to section 444 or other sections, but there's no intended change here in code application. Just a different way of looking at it. Any questions on that? None? Okay. 415. Let me see here. What was G91? Why don't I just look this up and I don't remember this was.
On that section we were just in, the 414.1.1 waiver, is that new language? And it looks like it's existing IFC. Is that accurate? Is that true? Okay.
Kinda.
All right.
Yes. Yeah. The right. Yes.
So this discussion about the waiver is already in our current code.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. And the dead giveaway is the F5001.1 out in parentheses. That'll tell you in orange. Orange is fire code language, and then Laura usually captures the where'd you find it in the other code. So yep. Good question. So this one, okay, I remember what this next one is. So on to 4-7, 415.11.1.1. This is just a clarification with the IFC. So it was a model code clarification, but because it conflicted with the language in the IFC. So no fiscal on that last one either, by the way. No change for Pierre, and this one would be the same.
Thank you.
This one says that actually reduce, but has the impact of reducing, which, okay. Any questions on this one? Just to clean up, okay? Next, everybody, everywhere. Job clean up. So I squirreled, Laura squirreled, or was it Katie who did it? Tony knows better than to give me the mic. Now I lost my place because of that. 4-8. 415.11.10.4 increased travel distance. These are 415. These are for those who don't know, semiconductor facilities. This was last go around. Who was that?
Sandoval.
Oh, Eric Sandoval introduced this increase in travel distance existing Oregon amendment. I don't believe there's a reason to tweak it unless somebody has one.
Jumping in real quick, I believe we also have some model code caught up in 1017. We'll cover that in chapter 10. But I think the language that we had added to 1017 last go around from Eric Sandoval was just new model code language, and then we had that correlating change in chapter 4 that you saw there. So
that's right. I remember that now. We were getting ahead.
So we're going to keep it.
Yep, keeping it unless somebody says otherwise. Okay. Next, so these next 3 are from chapter 24. So 4-9, 4-10, and 4-11 are spray finishing revisions under the model fire code. And you'll see on your matrix the little F2404.1.2.3 that Laura put in there to tell you where they came from. So it is existing Oregon amendment in that we previously integrated these into the building code or the OSSC. So this is just pointing out that there's some new provisions over there. Again, same thing. We're not intending to tweak them. We did tweak F24, doesn't have a building code number yet or a structural code number yet, but F2404.2, you see there on your screen. Inflatable or portable enclosures, not something we normally regulate. So at first we were thinking strike, but then we just decided maybe we'll keep it, but say inside buildings where we would regulate. So somebody doesn't get a blow up bounce house and decide to spray inside a building. Again, if it was introduced later, it's outside of us anyway. It's a fire issue, but if somebody came in as a proposal, we were thinking, hey, I want to build this spray finishing operation and I want to use these, you know, portable spray things, then it would be at least a path to say no. That was our thought process. No bounce house spray houses. That's a cool idea. So any questions on 9, 10, or 11 with those? Again, we're not, I mean, or on this one, again, we don't want to make amendments other than if you feel like we didn't capture it correctly on this one. We do make amendments to the fire code provisions for alignment with authority or maintenance, of course. And this was one of those that we were trying to align with our authority. Not hearing anything. So I'm going to keep rolling. So 4-20.12. This is the existing childcare facility within dwellings language that gives the from some clarification in the box for application on where this is applying, and then no changes suggested to 420-12. This just gives an alternative for childcare facilities for either sprinkler or not, and if not, it's rooms where care is provided at LED, and then also you can't cruise past a cooking appliance or storage rooms or locked rooms. So no change here. Okay, keep going. 4-13. For those of you that have followed, this is section 430 in the OSSC, and then section 1207 in the IFC. So we don't list, it's a current Oregon amendment in that it's currently integrated, and did not list all of the changes here, but there are changes spattered throughout. So every code cycle for quite a few, the battery technology has continued. We're going to talk about lithium ion later, but it's just continued to change and evolve, and the code has continued to evolve to try to keep up. So no different this go around for the 24. So you'll see, I think, hard to see the color. That's all existing, right, Laura? Is there purple in there? Wow, it's really, oh, look. There's purple up there right now. It's like DE. Is that purple? Sodium chloride batteries is purple. Anyway, a few changes there. Again, okay. So I'll defer to the committee. Like if any of the stuff in here, again, this is coming over from chapter 12, so we're not recommending or necessarily looking for changes unless there's just something that we grossly missed or that's out of authority or. So I'll let you kind of absorb this for a moment.
So Eric, do you think that non-electrochemical technology such as flywheels, what is that? Do you know, is that it's new model code. So is that, I just don't even know what that is. Is that like people generating their own power for the battery storages?
Where's that?
D as the footnote, it's purple.
Non-electrochemical.
Is that covering like generators and thermal batteries, like sand batteries?
That's what I was wondering. I'd never heard of it, so I was just curious.
I know they have flywheel generators, and I've seen thermal systems that are just like a big pile of sand that holds heat.
Yeah,
It's
let
just
me see
neat
if I
to see the new technologies brought into our code, so I was just kind of curious.
Would this be for gravity type of ones, pumping up water, pumping up, different things, and then released through a flywheel activation to create the energy, perhaps?
It's totally what I was thinking. Honestly, I'd have no clue. I'm looking. But it makes sense what you're saying, but I just don't know. I don't know. Where's the numbers? F151. It looks like it starts. I'm gonna try to find the changes here. If we can shed a little light on this.
Well, I Googled it, and that's what it asks. It talks about hydro pumps.
Oh, okay. Well, that was easier.
You know, Google fixes everything, right? As long as you don't click on the wrong link.
Why are you asking me when you can just ask Google? F.
That's pretty cool stuff.
Sorry, it's taking me forever to find this. Let's see. 53. I don't know. F151. Laura's probably got it up there. What does this say? No. Wow. I know there's a lot in here. I just.
Sorry, didn't realize it was that loaded of a question. It's okay. I can look on my own. I was just curious.
Yeah.
I thought you knew everything, Eric.
There it is. There it is. Thanks, Adele.
Okay.
Okay. You started it. So anything else on this? I mean, it's a lot, and it's always a lot, and I don't pretend to know all of the ins and outs, despite where I had apparently set the bar. Okay, nothing else? Laura, I don't know. There's so many code changes tied to this one on cost. I'm assuming that I might have to look. There's a lot of little tweaks to this on the fire side. Some of it's clean up. Let's see. Let me just grab some real quick and see. That's not increase or decrease in 1207. That's not increase. I don't know. We may have to just come back around on this one, Pierre, and look at some of the specifics.
Okay, no worries. I'll flag it.
Note that one. Okay. Next one on the matrix. What time is it? 11:39. Next one on the matrix is a gigantic catch-all. So item 4-14 is just a list of all of those chapters, a bunch of the chapters. If you see, like, if you look at like 432 fruit and crop ripening there, you'll see the F25 to the right. That's the chapter from the fire code that it comes from. So that's the format of this section. So these are all previous sections, not new. There's one new section that we'll talk about in a little bit, but these are all existing with no quantifiable changes. Again, they're integrated from the fire code anyway.
Can we look at the 438 extraction changes, or if there are any?
I don't believe there are any. Let me see. Let me see. Was there? Were there? Did I not? Wait a minute. Oh, then I was wrong. Hold on here. Who's this? Need to find fire code. Stand by. We'll see what they are.
Pre-extraction, post-extraction.
It's 39, right?
Yes.
39. Let me see what's changed. Yeah, a little bit there in the scope. Greenhouse exception. So they tweaked the scope a little bit. Facilities where plant solvent-based extraction are conducted, including but not limited to cultivation and related activities, pre-extraction or post-extraction. So looks to me like they're trying to capture all of the pieces of the puzzle. We did capture 39014 and 39015 as new construction integration, changed NFPA 70 to electric code, and I think that was it. 39037 means of egress shows new, but that's already covered in the building code. So then
I don't have any issues with any of these changes, but I would say it is might want to add it to your teaching stuff. Like the means of egress piece is a change, like a functional change, right? Or the fact that I don't know enough about this industry to know if the scoping adjustments are kicking out some people that used to be in this category and some of them that aren't, but I do know it's a heavily used section.
yeah. Okay. Let me see if I can find. I don't believe so. I've been pretty heavily involved with these, and I didn't see. That doesn't mean I'm right. Let me check and see what it says here. Let's see if it says the proposed. Hold on, where'd it go? Scope change. The proposed scope changes provide additional clarification that the chapter applies to the full breadth of plant processing intended for the acquisition of oils. Yeah, that's how I read it. It was trying to capture all the stem to stern. The added scope content serves to include provisions for cultivation as well as more broadly capturing the processing steps identified as post-extraction. Post-extraction operations are generally laboratory scale operations. However, they pose hazards through the use of flammable gases, flammable liquids to refine, purify, or distill the oils and resulting products. This one actually came from the Fire Code Action Committee. No increase or decrease. The proposed changes are considered clarification of this chapter and other sections of the IFC are to be considered applicable to each phase of processing or extraction. So, okay, that's what I got out of it, was that it was intended to be clarification. Anything else here that anybody wants to pick out and discuss? Like there are little possibly little things like 38. That was actually a good example that I did go through all of these. And if there was something like really huge or meaningful, I tried to pull it out, but there wasn't a lot in these. You'll see there are some we're going to talk about in some of the other sections, but in these sections there was not a lot of like distilled spirits in 456. There, we're going to go over a little bit of that in 4-15 next. So I pulled out the ones that are like, hey, that's kind of a big change. Anything else on any of these? If not, we can jump to 456, which is 4-15, section 456-8. So they overhauled the distilled spirits and wine storage of distilled spirits and wines. You'll probably recall that this whole it's chapter 40 in the fire code was new last code cycle, and it created a way. It basically did what we were already doing in Oregon, through interpretation, but it codified it at the national level, and it created a way to store and process distilled spirits and wines in a way that didn't get you to an H occupancy. That was the whole intent. So follow this recipe and you're not an H. So most of it hasn't changed. What has changed since 4005 is a whole lot of very technical sprinkler requirements, storage requirements with lots of pictures and for storing barrels. And it brings in like it's like a specific high piled storage for storage of distilled spirits. So they bring in a lot of the concepts from the high piled storage requirements with flue spaces and aisles and storage heights and sprinkler design based on your the storage configurations. So there's a little bit there. Again, this is integrated. We're unless there's something we missed, we're recommending just bringing it over into section 456, just like it was previously, and tried to go through and catch anything that wouldn't be new construction in here and pull it out. So kick it to the committee. Not hearing anything, so I'm assuming we will adopt model code changes there and integrate. Okay. Might get through chapter 4 here before lunch. This is good. The next one is 4-16, which is existing Oregon amendment for piers and wharves. It's section 457. It's gotten bumped a few times. This is all existing Oregon amendment, and we're just recommending maintaining it. Okay. Same with the next one. 4-17 is section 458 and longstanding S occupancy clarification for mausoleums and columbariums. Well, not clocks, that's in chapter 3, but that goes along with that. And these are the specific requirements. Again, all existing Oregon amendment, not recommending any changes here. Okay, to the last item. What does Tony say for those keeping track at home? And is an entirely new chapter in the fire code. I think it's or section, sorry, 320, section 320. And so there are a bunch of changes that we are going to go over in chapter 9 for sprinklers and fire alarms related to lithium ion and lithium metal battery storage. So this is the charging requirements that will get us to some of the things we're going to talk about in 9 and or primarily chapter 9. But the basic concept here is they've created specific, because of, let me back up. Lithium ion is the technology, and the batteries themselves are more susceptible to fires and large fires and fires that are difficult for the fire service to deal with. So new section, and it covers this covers storage specifically, and we put it in 459, and it'll give you, I mean, you can go through and kind of look and see if there's any issues. We didn't see any issues. We pulled out the stuff that's not new construction. Yeah, I guess I'll just kick it to the committee at this point because there's just not much else to say. It is what it is. There's the did we say to strike that? What? I don't think that should be struck. One of the things, and I can touch on it right now, that technical report thing, you're going to see that in the sprinkler stuff, and I'll touch on it again. It's because of the unknowns with lithium ion in terms of in reading through the intention on the model code, because this is all model code language, and in some of the code changes, is how lithium ion responds is unique and these batteries respond. So you're going to see this particular one, you actually see item 2 touches on the sprinkler side, and I'm not going to get into it right now, but there's some more on the sprinkler side for technical opinion and report that basically justifies the storage arrangements of these to the building official. A very, very much a performance, because again, the code, we'll talk a little bit more, even NFPA 13 hasn't caught up.
Should we remove the strike language out of 459.2.2.2 fire protection systems to keep it in line with the technical opinion?
Is that for what? Say that again. Which section? 459 bot what?
2.2.2 fire protection systems. Oh, it's not striked out there.
Just hadn't updated that
Oh,
document.
yeah, it's not.
Never mind.
Yep. Yeah, originally, I think we were looking at technical report just in terms of cost. The more research that we did, it became understandable what the intent of the model code is and where they're trying to go. So definitely could be a let's see, cost increase. I'm assuming on this one. What is that? 3. What is it? I think I was trying to find it generically, but it's going to take the revision for 320 that added 320 in the fire code, the number. I'm trying to find it. I think it's 15. Is it 15? Nope, that's not it. Why can't I find it? 20, is it 321? F2121? Oh, I was close. I was right there. Well, that's 321. Why is it 321? Okay, let's see what it says. It says the code change. Will increase the cost of construction. There currently are no specific requirements in the IFC that regulate storage of lithium ion and lithium metal batteries. The proposal has the potential to increase the cost associated with the collection and storage of these batteries, which is what I assumed. Got that, Pierre?
Yep, got it.
Okay, so those again are just the storage provisions that'll be housed in 459, and we're going to talk again more about all the protection stuff that comes with this in chapter 9. So that is all of chapter 4 at this point, unless there's anything else committee wants to discuss, and that'll put us right at lunch, just like I planned. Pretty good. Nothing else? Kick it back to Tony for logistics.
Sure. Yeah. Good. Great work by the committee. Thanks, Eric. That was awesome. Made up a lot of ground there. So at the pleasure of the committee, I think we're going to take a lunch break. Last time we took, I think somebody, Tom, maybe suggested 40 minutes or so. What time would folks like to come back? It's just about 5 till noon currently on our time. Adelaide's in the future.
That's true, but I haven't eaten lunch yet, so I could ask Eric lots of questions.
When would you like to come back?
Whatever works for you guys works for me. I got popcorn. I'm here all day.
Quarter till 1. Does that work? Too long? Not long enough?
12:30. Sounds good.
12:30. I have a 12:30 in the room. Does that work for folks? We can split the difference, 12:30. Yeah, 12:38.
12:30 works.
We'll come back right about 12:30. It might take a little bit for us to ramp back up. So shortly thereafter, 12:30-ish. Thanks, everybody. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks. Is the committee all back? Could we get some thumbs up? It's good to see you, Janice. Thanks for joining us. All right. It looks like we have a couple. We got 3. I think we're ready to kind of resume here. One of the items that we had discussed before we turn it back over to Eric in chapter 9 was the supplement 1 of the ANSI A117 standard. It only includes the design standards for adult changing stations. It's all it includes, and it is in the errata. It's also linked on ICC's page, so maybe that's something that we can either embed into the matrix, that link, or put it on the committee page or something. So you can reference it. Thanks to Tammy from our team for digging that up. So we'll put that on there, and I assume since we're leaving it as an option that we would want to align, the committee would want to align with the IBC errata that references the 17 iteration, which we already have adopted, and then just supplement with supplement 1. Yeah. Any other thoughts? Okay, we got thumbs up. Good. Okay, so we'll add that into chapter 35 then as it appears in the errata. And with that, I think we're ready to, I'll turn it back over to Eric, post lunch, Eric, for chapter 9.
Okay. Here we go. You awake over there, Adelaide?
I'm on the edge of my seat, Eric.
Sure. Okay, number 1. Wait, no, that's 9-10. I'm way ahead of myself. Where am I at? 9-1.
You have that?
I was already at 9-10. Oh, do we have 9 up on the committee page? Everybody find it?
It's up now.
Okay. So first few here, more Oregon amendments. 9-1 is just the longstanding Oregon amendment, just taking out the post-occupancy stuff, maintenance and things like that, that would fall under the fire official. 9-2 is a modification. Again, it is an Oregon amendment modification, and this was made during the last cycle to clarify under repair that we added repair to modification. And the reason we did this was because there was some conflict and lack of consistency in jurisdiction across jurisdictions for when a building permit was required for fire alarm repair versus just an electrical permit. And so what we tried to clarify here, what we did clarify is that the idea is you got to check in, and because some jurisdictions still, they have like certain number of fixtures, or same thing with sprinklers, a certain number of heads, or certain different varying post lunch policies. And so this is just to say, look, check in, make sure, see if you need a building permit on top of just your electrical permit for repair. 9-3, I'm just going to keep rolling on these Oregon amendments. Somebody pipe up if you have a question or want to further discuss. 9-3 is also an existing Oregon amendment that I believe we might have added this last cycle also, and that was just to clarify that when you're dealing with a 13D system, supervision or monitoring is not on the table. 9-4, again, 902.1.3. Again, this is another longstanding Oregon amendment, just clarifying that if you're in a fire pump room or riser room, that it's a low energy building. Considered a low energy building. No change there. Okay, 9-5 is our first change. These are the beginning of most of the significant changes to Chapter 9. This is regarding lithium battery, lithium ion, and lithium metal batteries. So just generally speaking, before I dive into the actual changes, what they did for sprinklers here is they broke the protection fire sprinkler requirements for lithium down by like B's for sales or storage, and F for manufacturer, S for storage. So they broke the sprinklers down to the different things, S for repair garages that are repairing lithium ion, vehicles with lithium ion batteries. So that's why there's so many changes here, because they captured all the different pieces that could be involved with lithium ion. So the first one here is for, this is mostly aimed at research and development. Most of the group Bs are going to be like labs. So that's why because there's not very many group B sprinkler requirements, ambulatory care facilities. And so now this will be 90322, and the requirement for group B sprinklers. Where's that at? Oh, it's way down there. I was like, what am I looking at? So throughout fire areas, so up to a fire barrier, so the entire fire area, not building, where R&D is going on. And then I'll just keep rolling through these unless we want to stop, because it's just like the next one is just the F requirement for the same thing. F1 for manufacturing, and then for batteries, and then an F1 for manufacturing vehicles with lithium ion batteries. And there's no thresholds on these, you notice. So it's, I guess, a battery. So anyway, just a quick, oh, wait a minute, I should stay on my matrix, because I think we deviate quickly from the lithium ion here just for a second. Yeah, so the last one was 9-6 for the F1 on the matrix. 9-7, you'll see the ore wine, that's another longstanding Oregon amendment under group F1 distilled spirits. That's existing Oregon amendment there, no change. And then we moved to 9-8, and we're back to lithium. Wait, where are we? 903. I lost my own place. 273, you got her. Okay. So we get back to the lithium, and now this is the M. So we've got B's, F's, F1s, and now we're going to capture the M's, and that would capture sale and ancillary storage. But for group M, again, no threshold. And then the reference to section 459. You remember the new 459, the Fire Code 320 was specific to storage. So that's why we get the reference here in the M's, because it would include associated storage. Let's see. So next one, 9-9 is 903.283. What is it? Oh, existing Oregon amendment. Yeah, it's just aligns with the licensing requirements. 5 or fewer, because it's 16 or fewer, or up to 16. I don't remember the number, but it's 16. We need to.
No, also note that it uses the term single family dwelling. A very limited occurrence of that, which I think is the same as the licensure rules. So.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's an existing Oregon amendment. Next one is 9-10. And now we're back to lithium ion. And so now we're capturing the larger scale storage. So group S1 for storage of lithium ion. And this one is specific to fire area size of 500 square feet. This is the first time that there's a threshold.
Can we pause super quick? Sorry, I'm still stuck on the care facilities one, the 903-283.
What? You in care facilities? What?
I know, what? Like, I care.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
I'm wondering what care facility that's not an R3 would we want a 13D system in?
It would only be an R3.
So is it,
Because in an R2, you'd be a 13R.
so wouldn't it all be captured under 903-281?
Yeah. Yeah, I think the reason why we just adjusted it is because it's model. You know, it's been there for a long time, but yeah, you could probably just delete the model altogether, just delete it.
I just feel like whenever we start adding stuff, then people start to worry, okay, care facilities have some special requirement. Now, care facilities have to have be in a single family dwelling in order to have this 13D system. So, you know, like the more specific, trumps the more general in the code. So if we feel like 8.1 covers all the different groups that we're going to let have a 13D system, then can we just strike care facilities?
But I think we can too. It's intended to be permissive. Just clarify, hey, you can do a 13D, right? It's not like a specific requirement. But it might not be because it's all care facilities, right? Not just child and adult, as long as they're.
And I certainly feel like Oregon has put,
In a
with
single
all of our
family.
different licensing things and all of our different stuff, we've just done such a careful job of the R3s and the R4s and putting people where they belong already in terms of their occupancy classification, that this is not helpful.
Yeah, I think it's inconsequential if we delete it, right? Because group R3, we already have the pointer to 13D. Same with the R4 condition ones. And we have the pointer for yeah, right? I mean, we're gonna have the pointer for R2s. We're gonna have that language in place. I don't know. I don't think we would miss anything if we deleted it.
Is it trying to?
Because everything in chapter 3 says you shall be classified as an R3, right? For the care facility. So then it's really just falling under an R3.
Well, and it's interesting too that I guess I hadn't paid that close of attention to the single family dwelling thing because you know the scope of 13D is 1 and 2. But why I never really, I guess, noticed that the model code would be limiting. So they were saying that you couldn't do a 13D in a 2-family dwelling, which is not true because it says above group R3. Almost like.
Yeah, or they're using the single family dwelling term loosely, kind of similar to the rule language on the licensing side, where they would say each side of a 2-family dwelling is a single family dwelling.
Possibly.
They're not using the dwelling unit term, you know.
Possibly. I don't think it hurts anything. I mean, like I just was trying to just wrap my head around it. And I mean, I can look at it more later too and just make sure. Sometimes if we don't see something, it might do. But right now it looks like, to me, it looks like it wouldn't make a bit of difference getting rid of it.
I agree. Any other thoughts about it?
I think it's a little confusing because we don't typically see R3s built out of the OSSC. And so because all R's are sprinklered anyways in the OSSC. I agree with Jody. It just throws up that when you're going through doing plan review, looking at it, I would vote to have it removed from all, but I think it confuses all of our licensure stuff.
Okay,
I agree. It just, especially the single family dwelling part of that one just makes things even more, like, well, more confusing.
I think I thought of an issue though. So this is doesn't have to be a detached R3 in this code.
No.
And it's specific to fire area only. So is this trying to capture that, like, let's say you had a mixed use building, your example earlier of a B and an R3, and just clarifying that you can still use a 13D in the child care fire or care side fire area. That's the one thing that just popped into my mind. Is it trying to make that clarification? Because I think we just immediately assume, you know, just a house just sitting there by itself, but that's ORSC. In this code, it doesn't have to be.
Yeah, well, and I think maybe 903.281 gets us there though, because in chapter 3 we say, okay, if you're one of these childcare facilities, you shall be classified as an R3. So now it doesn't even matter when we're in chapter 9 if you're a care facility or not, because you're either going to be that unique R2, which is going to be a 13R system, or you're going to shall be classified as an R3. And then 903.281 says you get to use a 13D, and that doesn't tie it to anything other than the group, right?
Okay, well, let's strike it. 903.283 for now. I think that was what the committee agreed with. That's what I was hearing, everybody. And I'll keep pondering on it just in case, because something's bugging me. So, okay. Thanks, that was good. So we were to, I don't know where we were now.
9-10.
9-10. Oh yeah. Okay. So more lithium ion, 903.29 and 291. 903.29. So now this is the repair garage piece. Also the 500 square. Wait, is this the repair garage one? Oh no, go down a little bit. Sorry, up. Which way's up? I always get confused. Is it down or up? So this is the repair garage piece. And I guess it is also 500. I wasn't sure. So this is like vehicles with lithium ion batteries being repaired. So over 500 square feet of fire area, sprinkler. 9-11 gets us up to 903.211.7. 903.211.7. 903.211.7. Existing amendment for piers and wharves with the superstructure attached to or supporting superstructure. No change here, existing amendment. Okay, 9-12. 903.3.1.1.3. This is again more lithium ion. This is the piece that I was talking to you back under the discussion for the new section 459, where it talked about the technical report is required. So this is some interesting language, and I did some research because I was trying to figure out what was going on here. So basically what this says is for a sprinkler system protecting lithium ion has to be based on a series of fire tests that are conducted or witnessed and reported by an approved testing laboratory involving test scenarios that address the range of variables associated with the intended arrangement hazard. So I mean, on the surface, it sounds like a pretty arduous, a very specific test. So and here's the reason why, once I dug into it. Because there are no provisions for lithium ion battery sprinkler protection in NFPA 13. There's no option. It's just not there. So this is the only way that basically it's proved that this arrangement, that this sprinkler system is going to work for this arrangement, whatever that is, storage, repair. And the interesting thing about this is my initial thought was, oh, well, that's going to be costly, or there's going to be a cost increase associated with it. Not according to the code change. Actually, what the code change says is if folks were following the correct code path previously, it should be a zero cost increase because this was the path. It just wasn't laid out correctly. Because when you went to NFPA 13, there was nothing to go to. Once you got there, there would have been no provisions. So any system to protect this would have had to have been gone through some sort of analysis or testing or some sort of approving. So it's they said no cost on this one.
Can you educate us or me about when we're talking about the lithium ion, lithium metal batteries? When we were in the F1 section, you're talking about there's no threshold. There surely is a threshold somewhere about when lithium ion, like how hazardous they are, how much they are, some sort of quantity to get us into this category, right? Because there's lithium ion batteries. They're very small, right? Is that wrong? Okay. So like there's some size that we're worried about at some point, right? I mean, I'm imagining the project I'm imagining was a vehicle repair for electric vehicles, and they would take some piece out and put some other piece in. Okay, so should we have asked them to do a special testing something for their sprinkler system for that building? Like, is there a threshold in that way of which batteries start triggering these things?
I don't think there is anything currently. No.
I mean, if it's a no cost, then.
I mean, but there's not a charge currently, like there specifically is now that says if you're doing lithium ion, you have to sprinkler. I don't know how you'd get. I mean, under the current code, you wouldn't. I don't know how you'd get there. I think what they were saying is if folks were protecting lithium ion, that they would have to do this analysis or test because there wasn't anything to go to. But I'm not aware of a requirement unless we got there under the old 412, or was it chapter?
So I was looking at just the MAQs, which, I mean, that gets you into H2
There you go.
in 430.
There you go.
And that lists lithium all types and then the 600 kilowatt hours. And then I thought there was one that was based on the amount of electrolyte. I'm remembering it old. Maybe it's not.
It's interesting because it's not tying it back. What about? So
And
320.
maybe I'm in the wrong zone. Like, do electric cars use lithium ion or lithium metal batteries? Yes. Okay. So and do we think that the batteries in those vehicles would trigger this requirement?
Oh, yeah, I think that's the target.
Definitely. Yeah.
So
That's primarily the reason, I think.
if this is a no cost change, in theory,
In theory.
then, I mean, I guess I'm, functionally, lots of, the other spot that I'm imagining is parking garages. Currently S2. No special whatevers. Now we put some electrical vehicles in there, and now we're S1. Is that a change that we didn't notice in the chapter 3 stuff? Or, I mean, I'm just trying to imagine other places where there are significant potential effects.
I don't know. I was looking back at the section 320 because that only covers storage. But there is an exception which would be 459, to like batteries in original retail packaging rated not more than 300 watt hours or contain more than 25 grams of lithium metal. So there's a storage threshold where it would be exempt, which is pretty small. I mean, I don't know. I don't profess to know battery technology to know well enough to know what 25 grams equates to for size of an overall battery. But you know, there's a huge difference, I think, between the batteries that are in the small vehicles going around versus the batteries in, you know, in long haul trucks. You know, they're huge. So, but I don't know what 25 grams equates to.
And I think maybe I can do some research outside of this instead of asking this group to educate me. But, you know, in terms of significant, I don't know, a significant effect, we've got the scooter level battery that's pretty common and parked in a bunch of random spots.
Yeah.
We've got the cars that are all over the place. And those they often end up in low hazard areas or have been allowed in low hazard areas. And this sprinkler system requirement for special testing is pretty significant for anything, if there is no threshold for which of those batteries we're looking at.
No, I think it's going to go back to, I was reading some of the reasoning. And it says over the last few cycles, there've been a series of proposals dealing with energy storage systems that have highlighted the fire potential presented by lithium ion and lithium metal batteries. Systems as small as 21 kilowatt hours would require the installation of automatic sprinkler system. So I think it's referring back to
ESS stuff.
the ESS stuff
It
in the
is.
tables.
In
as a
current
trigger.
code, we have it.
So
Yeah.
so there are thresholds. I just hadn't connected the dots yet on that piece.
And that's for those keeping track. It's table 430.2 for ESS threshold quantities, and then 430.7 of current code.
Yeah, and the 500 square feet, it even says in the reasoning here that storage of, like for 90329, storage of battery powered vehicles, 500 square feet correlates with threshold above which chapter 32 would require, and it's referring to 32 of the fire code, which is 12. So yeah, so they are tying it back, but anything more on that? Zoom, just right now, we're rolling with the model code on all of these as we go through them since nobody's bulking. Okay. Next one is 9-13, existing Oregon amendment in 903.3.1.2.1. Starting to get NFPA-ish there with the points. And this is the balconies and decks on apartments, basically 13R systems, and deleting the model code language that says, provided that there's a roof or deck above, which gets you a sprinkler head like on the upper balcony, regardless of a roof or not. And this goes back to 2011. When somebody from the fire service introduced this.
Somebody who was on the board at the time who's now presenting during committee.
Adelaide, you know who it is? Carter, she's not here.
I am here. It just takes me a while to find a little button. You mean, isn't it on the building code board from fire?
Oh my Lord. No, never mind.
Eric? Sorry, I thought that's what you had said.
I know, I'm just messing with you. This was actually a code amendment that I submitted when I was in the fire service with Tuolumne Valley, and it was based on a couple of fires that we had where these upper balconies were sprinklered. They extinguished the fire without a roof or anything over them, deflector or anything. And so it stayed in the code. We have had a little bit of discussion and pushback in the last year from a couple of I guess installers on this requirement, but whatever the committee wants to do, obviously, we're not recommending changing.
We haven't had any issues with this, so I would recommend keeping whatever we've been doing for consistency.
Okay. All right, moving on. 9-14, three little sections here, 903, 4, 41, and 43. 4 and 41 is a reorganization of some of the requirements regarding supervision. Part of it is to clarify that there's a difference between monitoring and supervision, and with regard to water flow, the intent is supervision, which is often in, just a, where's the language I was looking for here? I was trying to, sorry. 904, is it? Wait, 904.1, oh, maybe it's 3 and I haven't got there yet. Okay, let's look at this one here. So 904.1, sorry, I got ahead of myself. So 904.1, there's two different things going on here. In number 1, there's an Oregon amendment. We did this last cycle, right, Tony, I think? Installed in accordance with 903.313 to clarify 13D systems here. And then this is a model code change in the limited area sprinklers. And this is clarifying that if you have a backflow device, then it's locked open or supervised, basically. And that's, that's always been the intent and what the standard says, but not necessarily what the code said. And then the other piece to this is this is still 9-14. This is the trifecta here. Oh, this is the one I was thinking of earlier. They did add they added visual to audible, and this is your outside flow alarm, which it's interesting because it didn't say anything about cost on this one when I looked it up, and probably because single device does both, as long as it's exterior. So maybe, but it didn't. This was a very confusing one to look up because there was multiple public proposal changes and adjustments, and so I couldn't get a real good read on it. But it seems on the surface like adding visual, having a combination audible visual device is going to be more than just audible, but maybe it's not enough that it's an issue, but it just didn't say. So I'd put that one down as a could increase here.
Thank you.
Any more discussion on that one? Okay, still going. 9-15. New 904.14.1, some new language regarding the manual activation. Somebody got something? Is my audio messed up? Yours is? Okay. Okay. New requirement in 904.14.1 for manual activation. The requirement's been in the code for a long time, between 10 and 20 feet. And this is just saying when that's not feasible, then somewhere on your way out of the room. Basically, as you're running, screaming, fire, you hit the button. Seems like a good ad to me, honestly. Okay, continuing on, 9-16, 904.15, current Oregon amendment, where the language was added, operated by a college or university for student housing. This was added last or 2 cycles ago, maybe, I don't remember, but it correlates with language elsewhere in the code. And so the board had added this language for clarification. This is for domestic, if you don't know the subject matter, I guess, domestic cooking in places like dorms and colleges and things where the section allows, doesn't require commercial cooking facilities. Okay, 9-17. This is an increase, really? 905.4. I need to look at this one. So the language that is added, where is this one? In every exterior exitway or interior or. I thought this was it didn't say and. I'm going to open up the proposal. What does the proposal say on this one? F8121. This one.
Now you have to have it on the exterior.
But
Where you have it.
Where you have one, that's what I was wondering. The proposal corrects an error. First appeared in the 2015 IFC. Submitted by ITC, it says, let's say it will increase. Went through the code. Oh, there you go. You guys can read it. Unintended and unjustified technical change. Oh,
So it used to just say exit stairways.
okay. Okay. And somebody made it interior and left off exterior on accident. So I guess it would increase because it's adding something that wasn't there, but was intended to be there.
And used to be there in the cycle before that.
Well, it was, right,
Oh.
when it just said stairway. Okay. Good one, good one, good one. Anything else on that? Seems like a no-brainer. Nothing. Okay. 9-18, Group A, 907.2.1. What is this one? Added more exceptions addressing a situation not previous. Oh, this is the outside. This is the A5 fire alarm recognition that fire alarms don't necessarily work great, or there's not really great places to mount them when you're in an outside stadium, like trying to follow the standard on mounting heights and different things. And so basically what it does is it gives there's a couple of exceptions, and most of those have to do with other areas being attached to the bleachers. You know, as long as the bleachers are just bleachers, you get out of doing stuff. But if you start attaching too many enclosed spaces, storage, you know, snack shacks or whatever like that, then you're back in. That's my layman's description. It seems like it gives you, you know, it's based on occupant load. There's different, like 3,000 up to, or 300 up to 15,000. So you're getting into like really big events. But there's also, you know, trade-offs for or requirements for evacuation. Evac, what's the word? Voice evacs, thank you. Seems like a good ad, in my humble opinion. And this one was a cost decrease, right? Yeah, cost decrease. What balances the last one? So we're
Noted.
Anything else on that? The Group A new exceptions for manual fire alarms, boxes, and notification. Okay. Keep rolling. 9-8, 9-19. 907.222. This is so now we get into some of the correlated fire alarm requirements for lithium ion. So this is the first one. This is the research. So this would be like the Bs, the group Bs, but it's not by group. It's well, yeah, it is under the Bs, isn't it? Yep, right there with ambulatory care. So we go down through, and I think most of them follow along with where the sprinklers work. Again, throughout the entire fire area. The next one is This is the next one, manufacturing for F, right? You just go down through here, 907-241. This covers the manufacturing. Then I think S is next for storage. No, M's would be, wait, keep going. There's the, yeah, there's the M's. There's a reference to 459, and then this is the S's, right? Yep, there's the S's. Air sampling, smoke detection, or radiant energy systems on all of these. So as that go through, that gets us from 919 through 922. And I'll pause there just to make sure everybody, the committee's okay with accepting the model code. That should be this code right there. I think, Laura, right? Unless we're just getting all like serious, the code. It's almost like third person, the code. Okay, so we're happy and we know it there. 90, and then where are we? 907 to 11. Again, Oregon Amendment. This is the section for the sleeping room, low frequency, NFPA 72. I think that's still the same section. I need to make a mental note to check that. Did you already check that section? Yeah, that's what I thought. Make sure that 29.510 is correct, but it's the low frequency exception for single station, and just saying that because single stations are still not readily available with low freq, then it sends you to fire alarm requirements. If you have a fire alarm system, then you're putting low frequency sounders or notification devices in. So that's, again, existing Oregon Amendment, no change here. Just need to verify that that number is still good, 72. I forgot to check that. Maybe I did. Any question there? Okay, one more, and then we're going to go to, let's see, I have a note here after 924. So public proposal is
After 924.
after 924. So after this one, we'll be ready to hear that. Which one is it? -1? Is the proponent still here? I can't see my screen.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, all right. You're up after this one.
Okay.
So 9-24, 907-213-2. This is the existing Oregon Amendment for a wired communication system as permitted by the fire official and approved by the building official. So this is one of those areas where the fire official gets to chime in and then the building official enforces it. This is not new language. The only thing that's different is the termination or the terminology enhancement system, which we will cover later on. So any comments or questions on this one? Okay, we will move to public proposal. Laura, you got it up there, and proponent.
Alrighty. Hello. So first off, the part about the definition being listed the second time can be stricken, because I was just confused about how the IBC and the IFC list their definitions a little differently. So the second listing of the definition can be stricken.
Okay, got it.
So yeah, like these, anyways, this is about those break glass covers that you may have seen in a few places. Like, for instance, if you've been to like Disney World, you've probably seen these at once because they use them there. So yeah, there is like a tamper-resistant screw, so like for service, the cover can be opened without having to break the glass. It's not visible from that picture, but it is there on the bottom.
Any questions from the committee for the proponent?
Has this code change also been submitted to the Oregon Fire Code? Because this is in Chapter 9 and you typically align.
The fire code adoption process doesn't kick off until a little later, as far as I'm aware. I'll make sure to submit that, although I think someone from the fire marshal's office is actually in this meeting, so he might be able to explain this more.
I was wondering what the current requirement is around covers. Like, is this type of cover prohibited, or is there a different type of cover that's required and this is replacing that?
No, this is just meant to provide another option. Currently, the code is silent on this, and so it's unclear as to whether or not a building official in one city could approve it and another might not, and so this is just meant to prevent that type of scenario.
So is this a cover that would go over a pole station, or is this a pole station with a glass break front?
It's a separate cover that would go over.
It is a
the
separate
pole
cover.
Yeah, even on the fire side, I'm not familiar with this type over an actual pole station. I've seen these over like more of the European type activation devices, which is like a push button or a pull button, or on special suppression systems or specialized systems. So I'm not sure if there's a specific type of pole station these are designed to go over, or if they're proprietary. That would be another question as well.
These are not proprietary. I've seen them over multiple different types of manufacturers. These are an aftermarket product that is made by the same there's a few different vendors that make these aftermarket covers. They're not proprietary. They can fit over they fit most of them.
Okay, so they're just used as like a tamper prevention device.
Yes, that's exactly what these are.
So is that not already covered under
currently there's no
covers?
explicit like language about that, so
Because as I understand it, between the OSSC and the FPA 72, as long as it's listed for use, it's kosher for use. There doesn't need to be an explicit line item in the code for it.
like the documentation says things like obtain local fire marshal approval prior to installation, and so that's unclear. And also wanted to make sure that if these get installed, then the requirement 3 might need special attention with some types of pole stations.
I'd actually prefer if it went through the OSFM first, before it came before us. I know that the process is backwards, but I've chaired a couple of their committees for code changes like Eric's been involved in before, and it's a pretty extensive process. I wouldn't want to approve something before they have the chance to review it.
Just for clarification for the committee, 907-425 does already allow protective covers?
Yeah, that's where I'm a little confused with the proposal. I understand you're trying to clarify the use of glass break covers, but as I understand the current version of the code, there is nothing that precludes its use. It's just not popular.
I mean, it's just, it's like a little like, because like a different like code official could interpret it differently. And so I just wanted to clear it up, the situation up a little.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. The existing code does outline protective covers. It gives the requirements for them to either be red or clear, so you can clearly see through and visible. I don't think there's anything in there that would say you couldn't use one or the other. So to add this one, you would end up then having to add, I guess, provisions for the plastic flip over open type covers or alternate cover types. So as long as it meets the requirements, I don't think there's any need to add a specific one.
Okay, any other discussion from the committee or thoughts?
Do we know if it's possible to like table this until like the like fire code like process goes along or something like that?
Jumping in here real quick. So I'm not sure about the timeline for the OFC process. I think they're starting a little bit later. It's at the pleasure of the committee if they wish to table it. It sounds like there's some apprehension about, you know, providing just an optional thing that's already permissive in the code. Here in Oregon, we do have the ability to provide, you know, interpretations and technical bulletins if there was some type of inconsistent application where you were running into, you know, this not being allowed in a certain municipality. We have a statewide code here, as you know, which is very unique. And so we have the ability to provide clarification statewide. That's another tool. So it's really at the pleasure of the committee on whether or not this is tabled or whether they want to disapprove it at this time.
I would move to disapprove it at this time as it's been covered and try to work with building codes on consistency if there's an issue with our statewide code.
I would agree. I think we disapprove and then maybe if a clarification is needed or any possible misinterpretations, then it can be done at that time.
I would want to commend you for trying to attempt a code change. This is not an easy process, so don't give up on stuff that you're passionate about.
Yeah, I mean, the first time I saw these break glass covers was back in like 2010 when I was at Disney World for the first time. So I wondered like why don't we see these more, because they seem like a very effective tool. So yeah.
Okay, so and thank you also. So I'm getting a disapproval of the proposal from the committee. That's correct, everybody? Anybody disagree? Pipe up. Otherwise, we'll assume it was a unanimous disapproval. Okay. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Okay. So you got that, Laura? Disapproval on that one? Okay, we are going to, again, thank you for being here and waiting all day to do that. Sorry it took us so long to get there, but appreciate it.
And this, oh no.
Anybody have a question?
She had her hand up for a second, then went down. Then thumbs up.
Hand up, thumbs up. Okay, we are going to continue and get through 9 here, I promise. 9-25, Oregon Amendment just adds R4s to the visual fire alarm device requirement. No change there, existing Oregon Amendment. Uh, 926, existing Oregon Amendment to 907-5233 that removes the model code requirement for having future wire capability for visual devices. This is again also an existing Oregon amendment. Okay. It gets us through fire alarms. Bumps us up to 909 for smoke control, 9-27. The first change is, what is the first change? 9 920.5.4, eliminating mechanical ventilation alternative. And then where is that? I know 925.4. 25.4, so it's not shown, it deleted. FS 112.21, let's take a look real quick, FS. 112, there's no, oh, I'm in the wrong book. 112.20. Boop, 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 boop. Why don't I just search it? Okay, what does it delete? What does this say? Everything. Stated in the reason, code change will decrease due to the complexity of this option. It is more expensive to design, construct, commission, and maintain than other recognized approaches to smoke-proof enclosures. Committee determined the proposal eliminates the mechanical ventilation alternative due to the complexity of the design and additional equipment necessary. 13-0 vote. Oh, looks like it was a good deletion. Anybody against it?
You what got deleted? Are you looking at
Right there. You see it? Yeah.
And in the charging language of 909.20, you have the cross out of ventilated vestibule.
Tom Gillespie, y'all are smoke control folks. Was this ever used, or is it like they were said during the proposal useless? I mean, certainly we have smoke control systems. That's why I was looking to see what got deleted specifically, because we have, and I don't think anybody ever does it prescriptively. So if this was just a prescriptive option, I don't think we'll be missing anything in Portland. But I do. So we have smoke-proof enclosures, we have a natural ventilation alternative, we have a mechanical ventilation alternative, and we have a pressurization alternative. Right, so we're still keeping a lot of these other, the one I don't ever see is natural ventilation. Not on the table right now. I'm fine with going with the auto code for now, but I am gonna go check in with our mechanical engineers and make sure that the way that I'm understanding it is accurate.
Okay. Anything else on that? You want to call that a table? That you think it's worth, or no, approve, but just
As
check
long
in?
as nobody gets mad if I bring it back up, fine.
Oh, I have a no go back rule. That's me. I'm sorry. Okay,
You get a get out of jail free card, Jody.
wait. Put Adlai in charge. I don't.
Oh, I'm clear over here. So I'm the backseat driver.
You're in the future.
You're safely out of reach is what you are. Okay. 9-28. Also in this same section, this is an addition to correlate with NFPA 92 for a smoke detector that will shut down the system. And I think this is this for stair enclosures, and it already existed in requirement already existed in elevators. Is that what I remember? Yeah, stairway. Yeah. So this was already a requirement, and it just aligns with NFPA 92, which requires it. And this would be a cost increase, I believe, for a new smoke detector. Any issues here?
Thanks for noting that, Eric.
You got it. Okay, 912.5, 9-29, 912.5. New requirement for signage, very specific requirements for signage on FDCs, which that's obviously good for me. I like it, but the only thing that we were concerned about is it, as you drive around and you'll see different signs. And so we added, we were recommending keeping the new model code change, but you'll see the underline there unless otherwise required by the fire official. And we specifically put that in to account for jurisdictions that already have their own wording, signage, type, color, whatever. So this will work generically unless your local fire official wants something different. Okay, no comments on that one? I like it. I don't know why that would be I mean, the signs are already required. This, I suppose, I don't know if this would be a cost increase or not. I don't think so, because you're already gonna have signs. So if you change the lettering on them or the color, you wouldn't think that would increase the cost of the sign much, but I wouldn't think so. Okay, here we go. 9-30.
So Eric, am I leaving the signs one as no cost?
Yeah, I just don't think it's worth it.
And the proponent of the ICC
Would they say?
proposal said no.
Said none? Okay, good.
But what if I want like a rainbow sign?
Nope.
Just kidding. It's all
Nope.
good. Thank you.
And you're not the fire official. Okay, circuits supplying fire pumps, existing Oregon amendment, just verifying or not verifying, just kicking you to the electrical code for how we protect. There used to be all the language in there that's cross out model code, and we do this in a couple of different places where we just say go to the electric code, as they have requirements for critical circuits already. Okay, I do have a couple big ones coming up here. I'm trying to get through this. Holy moly. Yeah, here's the first big one. Okay. Buckle up. 9-31. So section 915. So complete reorganization of the CO, carbon monoxide detection requirements. And not just a reorg, but also a change in kind of a change in overall approach. So for background, there is no change for ours. And there's a reason there's no change for ours. The model code did change. We didn't, because we have a statutory requirement for ours that we have to follow, that it's in ORS 455. So this is why you see right up front, like in the where required, which is a whole new list. Before it was R's, E's, and I's under certain conditions. And now we have to keep the R's, of course, and very specifically where the statute says where the R's, the detectors are located. And then a little farther down when we get there, you'll see there's some specific requirements for E's as well, but those are the only two mandatory occupancy classes, just straight up by type, and then everything else is by kind of performance, as you'll see. So starting up at the top, there's an exception, group S, F, and U that are not normally occupied. And the reason that exception is there is because, again, it's not, other than R's and E's, it's going to be any occupancy that meets these requirements. So you see, so 1 and 2 we added, and 1 is the R, just like I said. 2 is also, 2 correlates with 915.211, the 3 or more dwelling unit requirement, which is a long-standing Oregon amendment that we also bumped up. It used to be at the bottom of the list, and it was kind of, people missed it. So we bumped it up physically in the list, but that's an existing Oregon amendment. So item number 2 under 915.11 is just a, hey, don't forget, this is another place that will kick in. And the difference is, if it's not 3 or more dwelling units and it's in a group R, you're just going to get CO outside the bedrooms or inside the bedrooms. The difference is, once you kick up to 3 or more, now you get the list there: common areas, lounges, rec rooms, meeting rooms. Those 2 criteria, 1 and 2, are existing criteria. This is no change, and they have no basis on a source. Doesn't matter. The legislature chimed in quite a few years ago and said, you're getting CO in Rs, and they don't care if there's a source in the building, because they were also worried about introduced sources. Power goes out, people bring in propane heaters, that sort of thing. So 455.360 is our charging statute. So those 2 are set, and those are existing. So no change there for the Rs.
Is there, yeah, what building would have 3 or more dwelling units that would not be an R occupancy?
What building would have 3 or more?
It's the other way. So it's basically saying, like, because you could have an R3 with only 2 units. It's basically just establishing a separate line item where there are 3 or more. It's a unique location requirement for having it in the common areas. So that common areas doesn't apply if it's just a group R occupancy. It only applies when you have 3 or more dwelling units. So if you had like a group R3 and you had attached to a B, two group R3s attached to a B, you would just get the group R. You wouldn't have the 3 or more dwelling unit common area trigger.
Which would just get you outside of the sleeping areas or inside the sleeping areas.
Right. Kind of like, just like Resi.
I was imagining that all of that 2 was deleted and it just said in group R occupancies.
It could be. We talked about that.
Yeah,
we talked about that.
It kind of,
it could be.
So if you look at like current code, it kind of does that, but then the 3 or more dwelling units is just this obtuse separate line item that's not being called out uniquely as being separate location code. So we elected to list it as a unique condition where it's required.
You
Okay.
could.
I was imagining this first section of being like the scoping. Here's the places, not like the literal places in the building, but here's the categories. And if every, I'm thinking my Venn diagram, if every part of number 2 is already in number 1, then why do I need a separate number 1 and number 2? But y'all are relating these numbers to different requirements down below, which is fine. It just it doesn't mess anything up. It just seems redundant.
Yeah, I mean, it's still caught by 915.211. It's still going to be there because you're going to be group R, and a group R is a dwelling unit down below, and then you're going to have this separate criteria. I think the thing is that it was missed a lot, and we get a lot of questions on it, like what's a common area, and then because it was this current code, it's this obtuse separate thing that just says, oh, by the way, if you have 3 or more, you got to do all the common areas. And then what constitutes a common area? So we added some language about clarifying that.
And its physical location was all the way at the end that I don't know why we put it there. It shouldn't have been, and that's part of why it was missed. But yeah, it's funny. We had these exact same conversations, Tony and I did. And because debating over the one's like a trigger and one's a location, but really the 3 or more is both. It's a trigger because it's a specific separate trigger from just group R. And the difference is you're not going to have 3 or more that aren't an R, but you can have an R that aren't 3 or more. So they are separate requirements.
Well, I can also imagine, and you talking about the common area kind of helped me out a little bit. But if I had a mixed use building, I mean, we've got definitely some spaces with some of these treatment things that have some R type looking spaces and some B looking spaces. So if there are common area requirements in that sort of a mixed use situation, then the emphasis on number 2 is it could be a building that had that, or a portion of the building that wasn't the R portion of the building. Maybe, is Does that sound right? I don't know these requirements well enough to know if that would qualify or not. So like on one floor of the particular place I'm thinking about, it's got rooms around the edge that are definitely R. It's got some spaces on the same floor plate that are sort of office-y looking areas. And it's also got sort of common space looking like kitchen, eating-ish type of space. And all of these spaces use the same corridor system, are sort of open to each other. Is that a quote building with 3 or more dwelling units where this would apply? And maybe number one, maybe somebody would think it wouldn't apply?
I would say if the units met the dwelling unit definition, that would be the big threshold, right? Are those really dwelling units each
Agreed.
independently or not?
Probably not.
Right, so if
Not.
not, then I would say no.
Okay.
But if they were, then absolutely. They had a shared corridor system, it would be a common area. Anything that would be common to those dwelling units
Okay.
in there, then yeah, absolutely.
I think y'all have thought about this more than I have, and we'll just leave it the way it is.
I've lost sleep over this, trying to, and it doesn't mean it's right. I mean, rewrite, this is the second time.
Yeah.
Two times in a row, we've had to rewrite this, and it's crazy. So yeah, I put stuff together, and then Tony and Laura beat it up, and then we bounce it around, and doesn't mean we always get it right, but this is like an obscure, obtuse, weird requirement, the 3 or more dwelling units. I think it came from OBOA years ago, is that right? And the basis is beyond me. It's just ours would cover it, obviously. And I think there might be a potential that because of what we're going to go over next, basically common areas, that it could be covered automatically anyway. But I needed to look at it a little closer. But
Especially if there was a source. So in the
That's
example
what
you
I
had,
mean,
Jody, if there was a source, then you're gonna get caught by
then you're done. You're in.
336 anyway.
You're in if there's a
Yep.
source. But the thing about the R's is, doesn't have to be a source. And that's another key. That's what makes it so hard to parse this out. And then they made it hard again. So keep going. We'll keep going now. So dwelling unit requirements within 15 feet of the bedroom door, that's statutory requirement. There's no change there. Sleeping units, same thing. That's your your dwelling unit protection with the enhanced when you have 3 or more dwelling units, and you get the other areas if they exist. Those areas don't always exist. Occupancies, if I remember correctly, there's not really a little bit up there. Don't change there. That was already a requirement. So from here on out, and this ties into that. Actually, you know what? Could you scroll back up again real quick all the way to the list, just so we can touch on those real quick? So here's the other, this is like the performance piece. Buildings with a CO source, buildings that contain or supplied by a CO producing forced air furnace specifically, buildings with an attached private garage, and buildings that have a CO producing vehicle that is used within the building. Okay, so it's all performance based now except for the R's and the E's. So it doesn't matter except for S, F, and U that are not normally occupied. Doesn't matter your occupancy classification anymore. So now scroll down and you'll get into the descriptions of what those sources mean. Laura, can you scroll down?
Real quick
There we
too,
go.
at the top,
Right there. Yeah, go ahead.
are the eyes are included, right? Because remember the eyes under current code,
They
that was
used
the
to
other
be.
one. So they would fit under dwelling unit and sleeping unit because those aren't specific to group R, right?
Correct.
So you would still, because dwelling unit definition, you could have it in an I. Same with sleeping units, absolutely. You have it in an
You're going to have
I.
sleeping units,
So
correct?
then we would still be fitting under that because 915.2.1 and 2.2 are not
Correct.
specific to an occupancy
Yep,
classification.
yep. And then in the other areas, okay, now you can scroll down. Sorry, it's like a yo-yo. Sorry, this is a lot. And then the other areas in the I would be captured by the rest of this. So you've got so now these specific requirements tie into that list up above, because some of you were probably asking yourself, what's a source? What's a because you're looking at that list. So now you get down here to what's considered a source, and so this one is for forced air furnaces. I'm not going to read it all to you. And then the private garages would get some details with some exceptions, where there's no connection between the two or above. And then the last part is the is the all other occupancies, which is crazy. Locations other than those specified above shall be installed on the ceiling of enclosed rooms or spaces containing CO producing devices or served by a CO source. So boiler room as an example. Now, there's an exception there that lets you out, that gets you out of it, like specifically for environmental conditions that just don't work with the listing. And then the last piece, and I'll let you guys beat this all up. I'll try to just get through the rest of it. And then this is the alarm piece, where it clarifies the difference between detection covers is the generic term for all of it. Then there's alarms, which are single station CO alarms, and there are detectors, which are tied to a system. So the limitations, it starts with detection, and the code says you're either going to provide it with alarms or a system, detection system. And then it says for sleeping and dwelling units, alarms only. So you're putting alarms in sleeping and dwelling units, except for where a carbon monoxide, where approved carbon monoxide alarms are to be locations where carbon monoxide detectors are otherwise required. So, and then it goes into the fire alarm piece, which is all new. New buildings, which this isn't chapter 34, so it doesn't have to say new buildings, but new buildings that are required by 9072 to have a fire alarm system, and by this section to have CO shall be connected. So basically they're just saying you have a CO system that's connected to the fire alarm system when a fire alarm system is required. So having a CO system doesn't require a fire alarm system. I think that's the important delineation here. But if you already have a fire alarm, and that's very specifically where required by 9072 to have a fire alarm system. Now it kicks in. And then we have, and we are recommending deleting all of this language, fire alarm system not required, because honestly, it's confusing and unnecessary. It doesn't really add much. It just basically says carbon monoxide detectors in the first three. So that's a system, remember, that's not alarms. So the first three says detectors are either connected to an approved carbon monoxide detection system, to a combination system, or to a fire alarm system, which is already a requirement, doesn't need to be here. And then the last one, where approved by the fire code official, or we would change it if we kept it, but building official to carbon monoxide alarms maintained in accordance with the manufacturer's installation instructions. So Joni and I toiled over this language, decided that it's not helpful, not actually adding anything beneficial to the code, so we're recommending striking it.
I do have a question about buildings that don't require a fire alarm system but have dedicated function systems, like a sprinkler monitoring. Would this intent want to segregate those two and keep that carbon monoxide function unsupervised?
Outside of the requirements in 915, yes, dedicated systems are not required to be tied together. And that's actually, it's a good point. And that's actually why I pointed out the language that says required by section 9072 to have a fire alarm system. So that's
I see.
A building fire alarm system. If it's just a piece, right, like you said, if it's just this one thing and this other thing, and you have 6 little things, but they're not a fire alarm system, no, they don't have to talk.
I see.
Good question.
Yeah, and that was a clarification that you provided via training, because it was such a common question. So that is a really good question.
Yeah, we were getting stories of folks with just water flow alone being required to put in a fire alarm system, control panel, the whole thing, because
or a type 1 hood over here and then tying it all together. Yeah.
And so, okay, so scroll on down, carbon or power source. I'm just trying to get through and give you some explanation, and then you can have at it, committee. No language change in 915.4.1. This is just clarifying that battery operated plug-in are okay. interconnected, that's no change. Is that purple? No, that's no change. That's us, right?
The
Smoke alarm
bottom one.
features, that part. Yeah, that's existing. Okay, interconnection. This is new, where more than one carbon monoxide alarm is required to be installed. Carbon monoxide alarms shall be interconnected in such a manner. One alarm goes, they all go. Physical is not required. Where you do use listed wireless. We added the underlying terms newly installed, and there's a reason, because if you came into a system, and we've already got this question, so let's say you came into a building and there's already 3 CO alarms that were required previously, and then you put in a new space that also requires a CO alarm. The model code wants you to make all 4 of those talk, because they say you can just put in wireless and take out the other existing ones and change them all out. And we don't necessarily agree with that. And so what we're trying to get to here is, if you're installing new ones and there's more than one you're installing, then those 2 need to talk, but they don't need to talk to all the existing ones elsewhere in the building. It just seemed like an unreasonable requirement. The model code's gotten to the point now where they say, well, everything's wireless, so you can just change them all out. No big deal. Well, we don't normally operate like that. Once you meet code, you meet code in this state, and we don't like to go backwards unless you're touching it. Dad?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, to add to that, it's kind of against Chapter 34 and just the historical, position that we've had about existing construction, when you all of a sudden now have to go change something that you're not even changing or altering. You have to go in there and swap out devices. You have to, add a bunch of cost to it. So
There's a lot. Just one subject. Okay, last piece, and then you guys, I'll let you have at it, you folks, generically. Occupant notification is also new language for detection detector. So carbon monoxide detector, so that's a system, not an alarm. And it has to enunciate at a control panel and audible and visible throughout the building, unless it's a constantly attended location, on-site location, or off-premise. And then there's also a new requirement there for detectors in environmental air ducts or plenums shall not substitute for what's required in 915. So that's the speed reader version of all of the new stuff. Again, the big takeaways are ours haven't changed. All the other occupancies could have a requirement based on what's going on in the building. So that is, and we'll just get this out of the way, clearly an increase in cost. Don't know how much, but that's going to be an increase, because you're going to catch buildings that normally wouldn't. So have at it.
Did the proposals have reasoning behind why they thought that this increase of in coverage was necessary?
Let me revisit.
F10221.
F or FS?
Just says F. F102-21.
Oh, come on. Let's not do this. Going through all of the, there it is. Okay, let's see what it says. This, hey, there you go. Can you go up to the, right above that right there? I think that talks about the reasoning.
Another thing to note while we're looking at this is the boiler code. They had an ASME requirement on the boiler code side, where they wanted to have this in boiler rooms that had obviously producing CO. And so this would alleviate that, which would make the boiler board pretty happy. as well. And then this also, if you recall, there was a push for this from NEMA a couple of cycles back, where they were proposing to essentially have this requirement in certain A's, I think B's and M's. And this sweepingly covers all of those as well. So it's been on the docket at the model code for quite some time now.
I would say, like, in general, I like that it's tied for all of these other occupancies to having a CO source. So it's not trying to think about just the occupants, but it's actually looking at sourcing. I mean, in general, unless there's good reason not to, always like to go along with the model code changes so that we stay current.
Any other discussion?
I would agree. I mean, it doesn't seem the cost impact is that great, but the impact to life can be. And being involved in other committee hearings and stuff, especially in terms of short-term rentals and residential buildings, I think this is a good thing to encompass everywhere that it can be.
I would agree. And where it's tied to the hazard, not but soup.
And you got these numbers you got these from another one, so already.
I too concur, especially with the recent CDC findings about the level of carbon monoxide poisoning and deaths that happened recently. It's a good move to enshrine this in our code.
Okay. I finally found, I was looking for the numbers. Cost of installation is a concern. The total installed cost of a CO detector in a commercial occupancy that already has an alarm system is approximately $325 per detector. This includes the device, sounder-based conduit conductors, and installation labor. I am on the code proposal.
Yeah, choose that right there.
No, that's different. I don't.
325 per device, 4 to 6 devices or larger, 1 to 2 for smaller, and then 25 to 60 where local single station.
I think we should probably just put in, if this goes forward, increase, and then I can sort it out with Pierre, because there's like 4 different proposals and then changes to the original proposal, and each one has their own numbers, because I'm reading a different set of numbers than you have up there right now. So let's just sort through it and just say, yeah, it's definitely going to be a cost increase. If the committee wants to go forward, assuming they want to go forward.
I would move to go forward, as Jody mentioned earlier.
But
I agree.
Anybody not wanting to go forward? Speak up.
Janice also noted being in favor of it in the chat.
Okay, I think we're getting a all good thumbs up. So we're going to go with the model code changes along with the Oregon amendments necessary to align with the R's. And maybe we'll reserve the right to tweak that 3 or more dwelling unit language if we need to. Maybe look at that again or something. We can bring it back to you. But I mean, it works as it is, but Jody's had a suggestion there. So, okay.
So Eric, we want to say this is a cost increase, and we'll circle back in the future on like specifics.
Correct. We'll see if we can nail down which of those numbers was the numbers that they gave on the.
Okay.
But yep, increase.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, that blows us through all the way up through 9-40 because we just took it all as a group there. So 9-41, 917.2, this is a new requirement requiring mass notification risk analysis in Group E occupancies. F105-21. This proposal seeks to reduce the number of injuries and fatalities in new schools from all types of emergencies, including but not limited to, I'm not going to read the whole list. This proposal is needed to enhance public safety in Group E for all emergencies, but mostly important for a significant increase in human-caused incidents in recent years. This is what it's for. So mass notification system and building. Requiring a risk analysis will result in a more comprehensive emergency response plan that is customized for the specific hazard and risk associated with the building or campus. Because I believe that's what it's saying, right? Risk analysis is required, not actually, wait.
Yeah, it has the 500 OL trigger. And then, you have to provide the risk analysis to see what's required.
The proposal, oh, there it is. I could have kept going, is not automatically requiring the installation of mass notification. It only requires a risk analysis be conducted for a new building containing a Group E over 500. Okay.
Eric, sorry, I have a question. Did you see the code change proposal on this? It's coming forward. They just lay it out in a little bit better format.
No, for the next code, no.
Yeah, okay. It takes it out of a multiple sentences and breaks it out into 1, 2, and 3 categories.
Oh,
I just didn't know for formatting if people liked the way that read better.
copy. Nope, haven't seen that.
Okay.
Anybody?
I agree with you, Adele. I saw it. I like it as well. I was listening to the committee hearings when this came through, and I think it's worth looking at and seeing maybe if we just want to go ahead and adopt the 27 language.
Did it get approved already, or is it just submitted?
It's been approved. It's been approved by committee. It's in October in Long Beach. I'm assuming it'll be approved.
It's not a change. It's just how it's formatted different. It just lays it out a little nicer and easier to.
Okay.
Do you happen to know the number of it by chance?
Yeah, it is F151-24.
Perfect.
Okay, we'll take a look.
Okay, thank you.
Everybody okay with the concept otherwise? Okay.
Fiscal on that.
Fiscal on that. I don't know. You asking me?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an
Why
increase.
are you asking me? The code change proposal will increase the cost of construction.
Probably a good one to notify the School Boards Association on. Yeah,
Definitely.
Thank you.
Yeah, it depends. It says it depends on the complexity of the facility and stuff like that on the cost, but it will be an increase.
Yeah. And Lauren had already noted it in the matrix too, so thanks, guys.
Oh, perfect. Okay, next up we have 918. Okay, so 918 is what was previously emergency responder radio coverage, and then was emergency responder communication coverage, and is now emergency responder enhancement system. So no, just can't. So most of what you're going to see here, none of the triggers have changed. There's a little bit of new, like, specific criteria down below under some of the detailed installation requirements. It comes over from the fire code, so it's basically integration stuff. And then we went through and tweaked all of the places where the terminology is changed throughout the code, but no. Is that new? That's new, right? 510.4, but it's also fire code language. So, like I said, instead, that's not new.
The enhancement part is new, not the orange stuff that looks red up there.
Okay. Okay. So anyway, so there's a little bit of new language that came over from the fire code down below. That's just technical stuff. So down, that's not all new. No, that's all fire code language that came over previously. Yeah, there's a little bit of new language in there, and unless we hear, and I haven't, like I said, I'm gonna participate on the fire code side, which is supposed to start at the end of the month if the world stops burning. And then, and we'll talk and see if there's any issues, or if Matthew has any issues. I just assume, I haven't got to talk to David Mills yet about it, but assume that the fire service is good with the new language. If not, we can sort it out. But we just pulled over only the stuff we pulled over before. And if there was a tweak to the stuff we pulled before, we just kept to that. So that's it for that.
Standby new?
No. 0.8.
Right. Okay, got it.
And of course, we leave all the performance testing coverage stuff to the fire side, and we still have the same old language that if the fire official says they don't need it, then you don't have to do any of this. And then we have the form that still goes along with this, so will be updated. We did rewrite this last time. I don't know, for those who don't know, but we worked with industry and fire, and had a whole passel of folks together that we got together and made some much needed updates to the Oregon specific stuff. And everybody was on board at the time, so we're not recommending messing with it unless, like I said, unless the fire service has experienced some issues that we need to look at. But other than that, this is what we recommend.
Exactly. Yeah. And particularly on survivability.
Yeah, that was a big one.
Yep.
It was pretty weak previously. So I'm not hearing anything. So I assume we will follow up on the fire side. I will follow up just to make sure, double sure, and see if we have to do anything, but I doubt it. So we'll say that's a go then. That's it. Okay, nothing. And then under explosion control, this is existing fire code language. Yeah, that's brought over. So that's chapter 9, unless anybody on the committee wants to not go back, because no go backs.
Thank you, Eric.
I'm done. Stick a fork in me.
Yeah.
I gotta
Well, aren't you
what?
still going?
No, I'm done.
Oh, okay.
I'm finished.
Okay. I guess I'll jump in. All right. We're making up a lot of ground. That's great. Great progress.
Thanks, Eric.
So now we're jumping to, did we notice 24? We just don't have any matrix items for it? There were no substantive changes, were there? It was just retitling and stuff. Okay, great. So we're going to go to chapter 25. We're going to take care of some of those kind of end chapters. We're leaving 31 out, 34 out. And then the structural chapters, of course, we'll have Jeremy here to go through all the ASC 722 stuff, all the proposals from SEAO. Jeremy's worked in concert with SEAO's code committee on a bunch of proposals there, including Amit and David up there, Dave Terry's. So, all right. So here we go. We're jumping into chapter 25, gypsum panel products and plaster. 25-1 for those keeping score at home, table 25086. And this is just an existing Oregon amendment. Laura's going to be pulling it up here soon. Trying to slow down. Yeah. Yeah, this one's long-standing. Just the clarification that allows for the inch 5/8 number 6 type S or W. Existing amendment. There it is. Nothing changing. just existing language. Just noting it, so unless anyone has a comment or concern or question, we can move on from there. Then we have move into 25-2, water resistant barriers. This is National Proposal S240-22. An exception is added and it notes a cost increase. Seems like that would be a decrease.
It's not often that an exception would add cost.
Right. Well, and it seems to allow the omission of it in those areas noted, you know, so it would be to me, it would seem like a decrease. Proposal will not increase the cost of construction for assemblies with wood-based sheathing. Is there no technical changes? However, will increase the cost of construction for stucco assemblies containing non-wood-based exterior sheathings.
Oh, because it adds the word shall, maybe above. And it used to say.
What is this? House wrap, which is a representative WRB, estimated to cost 17 cents per square foot. Moist or marine climates or a variety of systems which could be used to satisfy the requirements with estimated cost ranging from 30 cents to $1.90 PSF. This first cost increase is balanced against potential future costs for remediation if moisture damage occurs. It has been reported that stucco remediation can cost up to 288% of the original cost of the installation. Interesting. Can we see the language again? I see. So where you have construction where accumulation, condensation, or freezing of moisture will not damage the materials, it shall not apply to those. It's an oddly worded. Huh. Can you scroll down to 1 and 2?
Well, let me look at the proposed code change. That might make sense why it's badly worded. You know, we mess things up one time and try to fix them the next.
Yeah. Interesting. We don't see an awful lot of stucco. Do you see that? I mean, it's very, very rare. Even eaves with drainage, it's just very rare to see. So
we don't see it much with our cold, freezing climate. It cracks too bad.
Well, unless there's concerns, I think what we'll do is we'll just align with the model code here, and then we can note that there could be a potential increase here for stucco options, which is pretty rare. Then you see the next item is right here, what we're looking at for dry climates in number 2. They're adding the pointer to the flashing requirements. And then they're also kind of tying to what we have on the res code side in R70311 for drainage point, where they have the space or the means of drainage specified. Again, just proposing to align with the model here. This one also notes a cost increase, but I think, is it the same together? Because this part wouldn't, because it's just tying you back to what's already required in chapter 14 and 25. Okay, so unless there's concerns about it, Pierre, I think we just note that the cost increase, potential negligible cost increase for stucco construction.
Okay.
Okay. That gets us through chapter 25. Moving on to 26. Plastic. The model code did add a bunch on foam plastic insulating sheeting. So you have the first one is 26-1 FS 15221, section 260312. It's basically just specifying compliance with the appropriate ASTM standard. Pretty typical here on the model. No cost increase. Any concerns, questions, comments? Okay, moving on. 26-2, 2603-4115. Separately controlled climate structures. FS 15321. It's a new section addressing separately controlled climate structures. Specific to non-sprinkler group U. Very specific. And it talks about the, basically the same type of separation or thermal barrier. You have metal facing, similar to what we see elsewhere in the code, or you can do corrosion resistant steel, aluminum, and then specified thicknesses for both. Any questions, comments, concerns? Very limited application here. I think you already would have got to a thermal barrier anyways and something like that, but I think this is specifically calling out these separately controlled climate structures. So. I don't think so, because it's a building, a non-sprinklered building of group U. I mean, to me, I don't know. Because if for like I guess you could have a standalone big walk-in cooler. Like otherwise, you wouldn't be assigning a classification to it necessarily, because they're typically like pieces of equipment, right? If you send an occupancy classification, you got to cut a C of O to it.
The cost impact statement from ICC says there isn't a code increase. I see what you're looking at, a cost increase. The form you have said there is a cost increase.
Huh. Yeah,
because of the limited application is what it states.
Yeah, and they're adding it there as a sub to walk-in coolers.
Yeah.
Will not increase. Yeah, so they're basically saying it's for similar to a walk-in cooler, right?
There it says at the bottom of yours now, it will not increase or decrease the cost.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought it said it different earlier.
It's basically just mimicking walk-in cooler requirements for these other climate controlled similar design requirements.
I don't have an issue with it. I was just very specific. It sounds like they had a thing they were trying to capture and it matches the requirements for somewhere else. That all seems fine.
Okay. I think it could be some type of like detached accessory. That's what I'm thinking, like an accessory group U on site where you have it. It's almost like a walk-in cooler, but it's, it's a separate standalone building, actual building.
It says ours.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah. Separate or adjacent to structures. Good. Okay. Any other comments, questions? All right. We're going to stick with the model there and no fiscal. Just clarifying, same requirements would be applicable. That's all we have for 26. We're making up some ground. chapter 27 electrical. So again, as pointing this out, we pointed this out previously. We have 2703.1, 2703.2, and 2.1 subsection. And we're proposing to delete all of this. In talking with Brian Kreis, our electrical chief, all of these things would be under the electrical and elevator board's authority anyways. And they're covered by the OESC. So we didn't want to put any type of parameters on them. It was a where provided optional statement, but still it's whether or not we even have the authority to act on it. If we adopted it into the OSSC, it would have to go through the elevator and electrical board. So the request from the chief was to just delete the provisions because they're already covered. They've deleted surge protection requirements in the OESC in Oregon. Then there's surge protection language, so it's just a confusing thing. We want to make sure that it's under the appropriate code, and then also that the certified folks are reviewing and inspecting those where provided under the appropriate discipline, so that there wouldn't be any confusion about, okay, an A-level inspector is going to be doing this under the OSSC. And then the same with 2703.1. You see the language there. There was I believe there was some additional language that we deleted, maybe not. But again, just clarifying the electrical room signage. Was there anything additional to that?
The model code just says 27031, that section, where provided, lighting protection system shall comply, and then there's other sections below it. So there's which makes sense because all this stuff is under the NEC. It's out of NFPA 70. So I get why you guys removed it all.
Yeah. Yeah, and then the electrical room marking is fire code language.
Yeah.
And that's already there. So any other comments? So that's all we have on 27, not much. Any questions, comments, concerns?
Check that one off. We're done.
All right. Chapter 28. We only have one here. It's a big section, but as you remember, we did this under the 22 OSSC. A lot of discussion from the committee during that process, and it has to do with kind of pointing to the mechanical code. And so we're looking at 2802.1 through 2802.7. And you have some language where we cover those systems when they're not covered by the mechanical code, and then as you go down, we'll have specific pointers over to the mechanical code for the remainder of it. So this is all just existing language that we bring over from the fire code. I don't think anything has changed. It's all just keeping chapter 28 as it currently exists. Oh yeah, that's right. This part was new. Tying to the refrigerants. And we're just putting it in the same kind of order of operation here. There wasn't a fiscal noted on this one? Okay. It seems just like reorg of the language, additional stuff on refrigerants. Yeah. And then the same pointer over to the mechanical code, and that's up front in the charging. We might want to add a note on this one just to run it by Heiser. That's all right. Any concerns, questions, comments? Just aligning with the models, bringing over stuff from the IFC. Okay, that moves us up to chapter 29. The first thing we see in 29 is an existing organ amendment, 2902.1. You see it's just an organ amendment that says for those uses not specifically listed in the table, the building official has the authority to just consider them individually. The whole intent here is just to provide flexibility for chapter 29 non-life safety requirements. Just we want to have as much flexibility in chapter 29 as possible, where the building official chooses to use it. So just maintaining that up in the leading charging paragraph, you see that we have just some correlating adjustments aligning with the plumbing code. Table 2902.1, we have an existing organ amendment, just proposing to keep it. And we have this has to do with long-standing adjustments to the table. So going back, we met with industry, plumbing union, we met with the plumbers, all sorts of folks, stakeholders, building officials, and made these edits to the table. There's some new language in there clarifying applications in certain unique situations. They expanded the table a little bit. But again, it's more about the deletions. We don't require service sinks. That's an Oregon Health Authority kind of design professional requirement. We have limited requirements for drinking fountains. All we're doing is proposing to maintain all of those. We also have existing amendments in the notes. Again, drinking fountains not needed to be provided in a drinking or dining establishment. And then the one below that was added by the 2022 OSSC committee, specific to R2 buildings and where they have these leasing spaces or amenity spaces and providing some flexibility there. So just proposing to update to the model in the uses and otherwise keep the amendments and the deletions the same.
I have a question, and it might be more for Jody with her concern with the residential training facilities where that language was added. Does that need to be where we have the custodial care? The fewer than 16 receiving custodial care, would that new training, the training facilities fall under that same category?
I think so. I think per definition of custodial care, yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because we've talked a lot about those specific facilities and we added that training facility into chapter 3, but it's not reflective in this table. So I just wanted to make sure that I thought it would fall under that. I just wanted to make sure that's correct.
Yeah, I think so. And I think the whole intent of that first amendment that we covered is that if something's not specifically, it's almost like doing our occupant load calculation using the default maximum floor areas. It's like it can't list every possible use.
Agreed.
So then you just have a bunch of flexibility to determine, where you would fit. Any thoughts, Jody? Anything?
I had a similar thought about, okay, do we need to do that work here as well? And kind of went the direction of we've defined them and gotten them into the right categories and group in chapter 3. So hopefully we could see what they were supposed to be next to there and find our way here without making this table super long. But I did think about it for a minute. I had a separate item.
Sure.
Urinals and the replacing it 2/3.
Uh-huh.
Have we considered revising that to be something more like they replace up to 1,
2/3 of the required number of water closets, or something that's not trying to do this ratio calculation situation where I can replace a urinal for a water closet 1-to-1, but it's only for a certain number of the water closets. Has that been considered and rejected?
No, that's just long-standing. That goes back to the old Oregon only chapter 29. Remember that when it was all 100% chapter?
Love that
Oregon?
one, because you could just do it based on square footage
Yep.
instead of arguing about occupants. But
Yeah, no, if you wanna bring some language back,
okay.
absolutely, we can
I
just
think I
reopen
might,
it.
just for a proposal, I know that would actually probably reduce cost, because in theory, that would be a 1-to-1 instead of
Sure.
a 1 to 2/3.
Yeah,
But this calculation method, I just don't think it gets us that much additional plumbing fixtures for the people who need, I just don't think it's serving Oregon, and it's kind of making it complicated for no reason. So
Sure.
I'll look at some potential language to bring back next time.
great, yeah. So we'll say that this is approved pending the urinal language and the replacement of 2/3 per water closet, or 2/3 of a water closet. Yeah, and we can revisit that portion of it at the next meeting or the meeting after. We can list it as partially approved and tabled. And I think it's just carryover. I mean, I think that was just the nature of it, is we just kept it because it had always been in there, and so definitely is open to some cleanup. Okay, any other comments, questions, concerns on the table and the deletions and the new model? All right. Seeing none, we're going to 290212. Fixtures in single-user toilet facilities and bathing rooms. Public proposals P2521, P2821. Added that the number of fixtures in single-user toilet facilities, single-user bathing rooms, or family-assisted toilet facilities shall be deducted proportionately from the required gender ratios of 2902.1. I think this was always the intent. I think they just clarified it further. The number of fixtures in single-user toilet facility in those facilities shall be deducted proportionately from the required gender ratios of table 2902.1. Thoughts, comments, questions?
I don't have any issue with it. I kind of get tired of walking in older buildings and seeing one man's and one women's restroom that's the same and have to wait in line. So I am a fan of making them more universal and adaptable. And I think in plan review, I always counted total fixtures, included the single user restroom. So I don't know how this would be different.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think it is. I think it's more of like a clarification, expanding the intent. Any other thoughts, comments, questions? Okay. Moving on, we have 290213 and the lavatory distribution, P2821. It's also part of that last proposal. It's the second part of it. So you see it there, where 2 or more toilet facilities are provided for each sex. The required number of lavatories shall be distributed proportionally to the required number of male and female designated water closets. Yeah, and I think just kind of expanding a little bit, clarifying the language.
What were you going to have? 2 restrooms and one have 1 toilet and the other have 1 toilet and 2 sinks?
Right. I think, yeah, exactly. I think it's just expanding on the intent.
Okay.
Any comments, questions, concerns on that? Aligning with the model, no fiscal. All right. Then we go into 2902.2 and separate facilities. We have some existing Oregon amendments here. Just basically addressing a number of, we have some long-standing allowances for one single user toilet room being permitted. Nothing's changing. Everything's staying the same. The word toilet is added there in purple. You see that. We're proposing to keep all of those the same, no change in items 1 through 5, just providing flexibility on that.
I think this might be one that we want to look at the proposal, which I don't remember the number, but maybe Charlie does. Because it basically like the separate facilities are not required. Like
Right.
there's no reason for this to all be in exceptions.
It should almost just be allowances,
Right,
like just
so-
line items.
So the new proposal has removed every single one of the exceptions and basically just says something about separate, I think it might have even changed that number. But anyway, I think I would like to find that proposal and have the committee look at it and see if it's something that we want to go ahead and adopt. It was, approved in the first round of code hearings. It's got more time to go. But when you look at the statement, and you look at what we have right here, separate facilities are not required. This setup is illogical.
Yeah. Yeah, does that sound good to the committee? Bring this one back and maybe look at some adjustments. The one thing I would say is if we could keep the existing amendments for those, for like the number of, where we have that one single user toilet room is permitted in these certain scenarios.
Well, I like the amendments. It also saves the cost of construction.
Yeah. Yeah, so if we could keep the amendments and keep that in the national proposal, that would be great. Okay, so we're going to table 2902.2 for additional language. Jody has homework. Moves us on to 2902.3, employee and public toilet facilities. This was one that we discussed in the 2022 committee, and we had an amendment. I think actually Terry Whitehill came up with the language. We were kind of going back and forth about it, and it basically just says we have the amendment where it says non-customarily occupied structures with public access where approved by the building official. Right there, 2902.3, number 3. And again, it's where approved by the building official. You already, one could argue that you already have this authority anyways, but what we get the question about a lot is like group S, like mini storage facilities that don't have an office. It's like, are you required to provide toilet facilities there? People are usually there for like 10 minutes. There's no office, so there's no employees. And so, that's a common example. We've had a few that are at golf courses where they have a detached like driving range that's just a shelter, like a weather shelter that has walls. And so then it's like, are you requiring one there? And, so building official already has broad discretionary authority in chapter 1 to not require any chapter 29 stuff, but this is just, again, just to provide some flexibility for non-customarily occupied stuff. Any questions, comments, concerns, existing amendment, moving forward?
Not on this, but Jody, it's P25-24 is the one where they struck all the separate toilet facility language.
P25-24?
Yes, 24.
Perfect, thanks. Okay, we're moving on past that one. Longstanding Oregon amendment in 2902.3.3, location of toilet facilities and occupancies other than malls. This is the one that allows you to have the facilities in an adjacent building on the same site, or an adjacent facility on the same site. And it specifies, of course, you have to provide an accessible route to it. Just long-standing Oregon amendment. Any questions, comments, concerns with retaining this one? Hearing none. Okay, we're going to move on. 2902.3.6. This is one that Jody helped out with. This is oh wait, I'm thinking of a different one. Door locking. Okay, so this is one where a toilet facility is provided. It's just clarifying. This one I think we discussed in the 2022 that it was coming down the road. I want to say, but the exception is the egress door of multiple occupant toilet room shall be permitted to be lockable from inside the room where all of the following criteria are met. And then they added conditions to that. Egress door shall be lockable from the inside the room only by authorized personnel by use of key or other approved means. The egress door shall be readily openable from the toilet room in accordance with 10.10.2, one throw of the hand. Egress door shall be capable of being unlocked from outside the room with a key or the other approved means, just providing some flexibility if they're, closing it off for maintenance, want to lock it and then be able to clean or whatever. Any comments, questions, concerns about this one? Just aligning with the model there, no fiscal on that. 2902.4 signage. And this is kind of in line with what we were talking about under the separate facilities. It's basically just saying where they are provided for separate sex or persons, all persons regardless of sex, that you have a sign. So the signage will indicate whether the facility is to be used by males, by females, or by all persons. Just clarifying there, kind of touching on it. Any questions, comments, concerns, keeping that new model code language? Okay, and then the drinking fountain location, small occupancy, service sink location, similar to the table. We delete all of that. That's an existing organ amendment. Deletion, basically just saying, basically just aligning with all of that. We don't require it for small occupancies anyways. And then you have, the location criteria, which we don't address. 500-foot travel distance and spaces. Any comments, concerns, questions? Okay. Seeing none, I've made it through 29. We do have one to revisit. We'll table that, revisit it. Come back with some separate facilities cleanup language based on the 2027 proposed model. That's good stuff. Moving on to chapter 30. We have 3001.6. And this is a new clarification. So interesting language here. I talked about this one with our program engineer, Jeremy, and then also with our elevator chief, Warren Hartung. And so the new language that's purple there, it basically clarifies that you have to provide design for the elevators and escalators themselves in accordance with the applicable ASCE 722 provisions. The problem is that it's not enforceable under this code. And so what we're saying is that in accordance with the elevator code, similar to all of what's in chapter 30, it's referenced for convenience. There's a lot of references to A17.1, which is the elevator code or part of the elevator code. And so what we propose doing is adding that ending language there is in accordance with the elevator code. And so this is just pointing to say, okay, the structural design stuff is still required. It's going to be helpful to the design professional. It's often missed in A17.1, which is the reason for this addition. But we're saying in accordance with the elevator code, and is prefaced by the front of chapter 30, that's not going to be applied by like the plans examiner or the A-level inspector. It's going to be under the elevator program. So thoughts, comments, questions? we wrestled with it a little bit. It's like, we didn't want to delete it because the purpose of them adding it was because it's being missed. And then it's like, well, in Chief Hartung wants it to stay, but then it's not under the authority of the, it's under the authority of the elevator program to ensure that. But the code's also written for design professionals, of course, and so we wanted to have that pointer in there, reminding them that they still must comply with the design when they're considering an elevator or escalator, etc.
Are they submitting structural drawings as part of their elevator permit?
Yeah. Full plan review docs, details on the shaft, the system, cut sheets for the elevator.
And it seems like there would be loads that would affect the building system.
Yeah.
So, okay. It sounds like this is what's already being done.
Yeah, well, it sounds like it was being missed on the elevator side sometimes, like the pointer from A17 one is not very clear. And so this will clear it up, and then you'll see some companion new language in chapter 16. And we'll cover those when we cover 16, and Jeremy will touch on the same portions that will say in accordance with the elevator code.
It is a little odd for the structural
design
to get a call out, like in, but that seems fine.
And we can talk about it too when it comes up in 16. We tried to be consistent throughout, and at first my recommendation was to delete it. Then Chief Hartung didn't want to, and Jeremy was thinking not as well. And so then we kind of worked all the way back around where it's like, it makes sense to keep it. It's helpful to the designer, the code reader, but it's just going to be a clarification of authority of like who enforces that. It still has to be done and considered, but the handoff there, it's a little bit gray. So new model language there. Any other thoughts, comments, questions on that? All right. 3006.3, elevator hoistway door protection. Did we list the hardware separately? 3006.3. Yeah, could you go back up? I don't know why we skipped over those. I probably just forgot to list them. So there's some model adds. This is just pointing out the hardware subsections. So the hoistway, again, kind of waffling back and forth between the elevator code and the authority there. Hardware for hoistway doors, we don't have any authority to regulate under the building code. So it's really confusing. And then this is well covered in A17.1. But we wanted to strike those uniformly as we walk through so that there's no type of requirements for the hardware on the actual hoistway door itself. So you'll see those deletions as we scroll down. I think there's a couple more deletions there.
For the one before.
What's that?
For 3006. No, 3001.6. The proposal says that ASC 7 was kept out of chapter 30. So there was no pointer to it.
Yeah. And there wasn't a pointer in A17.1. So it just said like generically should be designed. And then I think it referenced ASC 7, but it didn't tie it to it. So that was the missing link. So 3006.3, you'll see, so you see those hardware deletions as we scroll down through there. See that there, and then there's one more, I believe. Maybe not. Maybe that was
far down.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But there is another one.
Some new model language, just There's some clarification stuff. Oh, back up 30063. There it is. Hoistway door protection. This was just, it's model code, 3 different proposals. Added another protection item for smoke protective curtain assemblies. Very specific application. You might be seeing that in Portland, Jody.
We definitely already have the ones where you kind of push on a membrane and then they roll up.
Oh, yeah.
I'm wondering how this works with elevator code for those that are, these are still within our purview to request. Okay,
Yep,
good.
absolutely, yeah.
And also the hardware on those, which is not really the right term. It's almost the operations mechanism or something like that. Because like I said, they're not like a knob. It's like you push on a piece and it rolls up the magnetic tape or whatever. So, okay, so none of that, even though it is an elevator hoist door, it's the elevator hoistway door protection, and that is within our purview to review.
Yeah, and there's going to be crossover. So you'll see that the last reference there, such curtain assemblies shall also comply with the elevator code. And so there's going to be crossover. The elevator program will be looking at it too, but it's almost like shafts. So like when you're looking at the shaft for an elevator, they're looking at that as well, but it's really a chapter 7, provision. And so it's going to be some overlap. And my understanding is it aligns with the current elevator code. And then we probably need to delete that last sentence regarding installation and maintenance. Might just be installation shall be in accordance with. And then of course, maintenance, we don't have any standards for in the code. So yeah, definitely there's going to be, and a lot of the stuff is already there, right? So 1 through 4 is already existing, and you definitely have a line to enforce that or question it during plan check and inspection.
Does the elevator code get updated in a 3-year cycle?
Not on a 3-year. I think they might be trying to be closer to that moving forward, but they just did a big update recently from, I think they were, do you remember what edition they were? It was an older edition, and then they moved up to pretty much current code.
And they cover maintenance?
Yes, they have ongoing inspections.
So like this installation maintenance shall be in accordance with NFPA 105 would be a line that in theory would be in their code?
Yep, and under their purview for like post-occupancy stuff.
Okay.
Yep. Any other comments, questions, concerns? All right, we have 30064 right there. Just adding this is national model code, adds that electrically locked exit access doors providing egress from elevator lobbies shall be permitted in accordance with section 10.10.214. So it's just allowing it. It has a pointer there. So another one for definitely something that is enforced during plan review and inspection. Any comments, questions, concerns about that one? Just taking the model. And then finally, 3009, no fiscal on those. 3009, private residence elevators, new section, just basically clarifying that let's see here. It's a whole new section that clarifies the private residence elevators. It's just clarifying with pointers that yes, okay, if we had a dwelling that was constructed under this code and it had an elevator in it, that they would be in accordance with the elevator code. Very similar to the language we have in the OSSC. Any questions, comments, concerns about that? Seeing none, we'll align with the model code there. And with that, I think we're right up to the end of the meeting. Scheduled till 3. really appreciate everybody's time. I can't say it enough. I'll probably say it a bunch of extra times. But so where we made a lot of progress. We made it through all the way through 30. So what we have here is just a few chapters in the end of 30. And then we have the structural chapters 16 through 23 that we'll have on the next meeting. And then we also want to tee up chapter 10. That's a pretty big one. And then there'll be some miscellaneous cleanup at the end. We're going to run by the existing statewide alternate methods. Some of those have been updated recently related to CLT. We work closely with Amit and SEAO on those. So, and then some appendices. There's one new appendix related to sleeping lofts that we'll talk a little bit about, share some information with the committee on that. So for the next meeting, I think we plan to notice chapter 10 and then chapters 16 through 23, and then we'll probably list the remainder of what we have ready, like 31, 32, 33, whatever's in there. And then 34, the IEBC, there's just a little bit of stuff changed on the model level there in our integrated form. So any comments, questions, concerns? We do have a bit of a break before our next meeting. We got a couple weeks. So any thoughts, questions about the next agenda?
I haven't looked. Are all those chapters available? They're not any of the coming soons that we're doing next, are we?
I believe they're all available.
Okay.
Not quite yet.
Okay. I just wanted to be prepared.
Yeah, I think Laura will have them up at least a week ahead of time.
Okay. Thank you.
Just a few things that are being finalized on them from our first review run through it. And we could probably, when they're posted, so you don't have to check back, I'm sure Laura could just email the committee when they're posted.
Thank you, Laura.
I'm going to be buying coffee for that one, I think. So, any other comments, questions, thoughts, concerns?
Just appreciate everybody's time.
Especially Laura's.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks everybody. Really appreciate all of you. Have a good weekend, good couple of weeks, and we'll catch up with you on the 27th.
Thank you.
Thank you.